Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live.
Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
JD said go check Toby Mac. He was part of DC Talk. I mentioned DC Talk going to break. They hit number 4 on the U.S. charts. Toby Mac actually had a number 1 album as a Christian album.
Okay. I think
He's
I was
a really talented guy.
I think Lunsford confirmed I was right on Harry Styles number 1.
Harry
right
Styles is currently number 1 according to a lot of people on the chat there.
Probably fun to be Harry Styles.
I would imagine Harry has a few number 1 albums. Rockstar has a video out about Harry Styles, one of our reels.
I'm really into him.
Yeah,
I saw
a big
that.
fan.
I can tell.
We're going to see what Scott tells me is super awkward video. If you like super awkward video, that's coming up after LT tells us about Michelson.
Hey, to find out if Lasik is right for you, make the phone call that I made over 20 years ago. 969-8100. Michelson Laser Vision, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Make the call today. Maybe you're wasting money each and every year on the contacts and solution or eyeglasses. Stop that. Stop procrastinating. If you've thought about LASIK, now is the time to at least reach out. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
We've talked about Bryson DeChambeau, Patrick Reed, reportedly Ricky Fowler, and others about to head to the LIV Golf Tour, or as the PGA Tour likes to call it, the Saudi Tour. Part of one of the elements, they've got a 48-man field, and they're going to have 12 teams, and the 12-team captains made their picks. This is the first pick of the LIV Golf Tour, which Scott tells me is as awkward and cringy as you might imagine. Here we go, Rockstar, hit it.
Graham McDowell, this is your turn to make LIV Golf history as the first captain's pick. Graham, obviously one of the great players on an American collegiate circuit. And he has made his selection. U.S. Open winner from 2010 at Pebble Beach. And we have been told that he's picked the Austrian Bernd Wiesberger. Welcome aboard, Bernd. So you can join your captain. And we'll carry on with the draft.
Well done. Graham, well done. Let's get on the second pick.
Super cringy, yeah. That's as awkward as I would have
I thought
imagined.
it was going to be awkward. That wasn't really his pick.
No. I wanted Sergio.
I've never heard of that guy.
You never heard of Bernd Wiesberger? I mean,
So all you do is a woman goes over, you just put your finger on a list.
That's what it looked like,
guy.
yes. I'll take
so
that
if I
guy.
have fat fingers, like I can't tell. It's a size 4 font.
Ah, son of a gun. I picked Willie McGirt.
You think Graham, when he was, going to Penny Beer at Club South when he was playing back at UAB, you think he ever envisioned that he'd be sitting in that situation?
I really do not know. I think when he won the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach, he never envisioned he'd be sitting in that situation. How about the trivia question for all time? Bernd Wiesberger, your first pick.
Never would have guessed
Come
that.
on the stage, shake my hand, then walk off the stage and go over there. Like he's just take the longest way to this table.
That was super awkward. You're
was
right.
Taylor
Scott.
Gooch not available, or was he a captain?
I think Taylor Gooch was a captain, if I'm not mistaken. All right, that all starts tomorrow.
And you'll be watching, right?
I might watch.
What time does it start? It'll probably start in the morning, right?
I guess so. I have no earthly idea. They've done a horrible job of promoting all that. They've been busy giving people $100 million to come play. That's going to do it for the show. Coming up tomorrow, Buster Olney will join us. Montana Fouts back with us. Josh Pate talks some football. We got a lot to get to. We'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Have a great afternoon. Walmart more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Great show ahead for you on a Thursday. That includes Montana Fouts in 1 hour to tell us just how good this Oklahoma softball team is. They put their power on display last night. Josh Pate with us in hour 2 right after Montana. He'll be with us to talk about college football, and Lincoln Riley with some interesting comments this week. Buster Olney starts our final hour as we get into baseball and just how good the Twins were over the Yankees, but the Yankees still with the big lead. The Braves are showing some life. And then we got a special guest, Zoe Tenner, will be with us to sort of wind down the show late. It should be a lot of fun. We learned something last night, though. We learned that if you don't have two sides of a team, you can't win a championship. And right now in the NBA, much like Oklahoma football many times under Lincoln Riley in the college football playoff, they were a one-trick pony. They had a great offense and no defense. Last night in the NBA Finals, the Celtics can play defense. The Warriors cannot play defense.
Well, I was having a conversation with a Celtics fan last night at Odie's, and I was talking about the Celtics are the better team. There is no doubt. It's one of the reasons I had them winning this thing in
complete.
6.
They got the full circle.
Yeah, the most complete team because you've got an elite in Jason Tatum. You've got a really good in Jaylen Brown. Marcus Smart is one of the best, if not the best defender right now in the NBA. And the way they're just so aggressive, and that's the way they played last night. And, you give the Warriors credit. The Warriors, for whatever reason, play so well in the third quarter. They were down 18. They're able to come back and take that quick lead. And then the Celtics just smother them and hold them to 11 points in the fourth quarter. They were dominant on the boards. This is a really good Celtics team, and it's so strange because when you go back to the middle of the season, they were just average, and it all came together. But this is the NBA that I'm really starting to enjoy. Again, I got away from it for a couple of years. We've got balance in this league now. You never know who's going to win a championship year to year. This is still going to be a fun series. I still say Boston wins this thing in 6.
You think Golden State has any life at all?
Well, the problem now is, Steph Curry, Horford rolls up on him with 4 and change to go. He's limping around in postgame, and they said they're going to evaluate him over the next 48 hours.
He got a flagrant earlier in the game for doing the same thing.
He did.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was much malice to what we saw late. They said they're going to go back and look at this. Look, if Curry's 100%, he is a guy that could take a game over, but he's been the only consistent force. Klay Thompson showed up last night. Draymond Green, after all of this talk, was awful last night. For the first time in his postseason career, he had less than 10 combined rebounds, points, and assists.
That's what Kerry says in the chat room. Draymond Green with his rare triple single last night.
Yeah. Well, that's a guy that did a lot
Look
of
at him.
talking.
Watch him right now and get up. All he does is talk.
He did a lot of talking before this game. Now, to be fair, we agreed with what he said yesterday.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, it made a lot of sense. Dunaway, you probably didn't see the comments from him, and I forgot what the question was that was asked. Oh, it was Cedric Maxwell and Gary Payton talking about him.
Yeah, Cornbread Maxwell basically saying Draymond would have gotten his tail whipped back in the day.
Oh, I'm sure he would have, yes.
And Draymond basically said that may be true, but their fines were like $2 back then. We got fined $1 million for punching a guy. And he said Cornbread Maxwell would have had to been a much more skilled player to play in today's game.
Which may be true as well.
I think Draymond had a lot of truth in what he said.
Which may be true as well. Draymond, remember, has that TNT contract already in hand. He will, when his career's over with, move into inside the NBA with Ernie and that gang. He'll have a role there. Some have expected that he is the guy that will replace Charles Barkley someday if Charles leaves or if Shaq decides he doesn't want to do it anymore. If not, they'll just float him in and out, I guess.
Do you guys ever have you remember your dream after something comes up?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, deja vu happens all the time.
Yeah, so last night I dreamed I was at the NBA Finals.
Really?
But I wasn't. The
Boy,
court,
do we have a surprise for you on Monday.
the court was so far away. Like,
Right.
and I was with Ian Fitzsimmons, and Ian was dressed up in Boston Celtics gear.
Big Celtics fan.
And he's not.
Oh, no, I've always been.
I love the Celtics.
I really don't know who he pulls for, if he pulls for anybody in the NBA at all. But we continued to walk, and I was like,
bro, man, I taught him about basketball
That's
by
right.
watching the Celtics in the 80s.
So you know when I became a Celtics fan? When Brad Stevens said, Ian, you should be a Celtics fan.
he was telling me I've got us really good tickets, but
Right.
as we walked, we were walking further and further away from the court. And I was
No,
like,
man, trust me, it's what you
where
wanna say.
are our tickets? But that was my dream last night. So I was drinking, and everybody was in Celtics gear. It was so weird.
You know what I think
Right
led
next to ice cream, man. We got a scoop of chocolate, a scoop of vanilla.
But
right
this
here.
is what I get for being a Lakers fan and pulling
Right.
for the Celtics. This is sacrilegious.
You know what I think led to that dream was you last night talking about your trip to the Coliseum last time where they got the extra supersized stairs.
Yeah, maybe so.
And you were gassed when you got to
Maybe
your
it all
seat.
came together. I don't know if I ever told you that. We were talking about venues.
How does the stairs work? Extra supersized, like 2 steps per every step?
No, I'm not exaggerating. And anybody in the chat room that's ever been to the LA Coliseum, and maybe they can confirm this. And I don't think they could go. I would assume even with the revisions, you can't go back and do something about the steps. But the steps are about, and I'm not exaggerating, about this tall. Concrete steps.
Oh, wow.
And so you're stepping up them. And I was telling Brown and Rocky yesterday that when I went out there, it was 2016. It was Herbert going against Darnold, and I was in better shape then than I am now, and I was in pretty decent shape for my age in 2016. When I got to my seats, I swear to God, I was seeing stars. Like, I don't know if you ever exert yourself where you see stars.
Hollywood stars?
I was seeing like stars, whatever they are.
Like a cartoon slot machine?
The bird running around your head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it really was exerting. And I don't know how somebody big, like somebody oversized, could actually get up to a top seat at the LA Coliseum.
I've been to the Coliseum on the field and in the press box and an elevator in between. I
Okay.
didn't use any of the
Didn't use
stairs.
stairs.
Yeah. I think that was the root of your dream. You remember that discussion from yesterday, and you watched the Celtics, and you're like, you put those two together.
I don't know where
That's the way it
Ian came
happens.
in.
Fitzy's a weird addition. I'm not sure about that. Yeah.
And wearing Boston Celtics gear.
Did he have the jersey on?
And there were other people because everybody was yelling at Ian. Nobody was talking to me. But I saw some people that we knew. I've just got to remember who they were. Yeah. Like, I've always wanted to, because I wake up so many times in the middle of the night. I always want to keep a pad on the side of my bed, and I want to keep up with how many times I wake up, just make a mark. And I kind of want to write down my dreams. But the problem is, like, last night I got up to get a Gatorade in the middle of the night. Yeah. And it's hard for me to go back to sleep once I can go to the bathroom quickly, and if I'm back in bed in 90 seconds, I can get back to sleep. But if I take, 3 or 4 minutes, it's really hard for me to go back to sleep.
Interesting dream with Fitzy worked in there. Interesting question about Draymond Green. Do you like having, does it make a series more interesting? If you have a guy, I guess wrestling terms is a heel, a villain, if you will, depending on how you want to describe him, does it make it more interesting, whether you're a Celtics fan or not, or a fan of neither team, to have somebody to dislike in a series, or someone who's animated, vocal, that stirs the pot? Does it make the series more interesting?
Yeah, I mean, he's really the only. Well, Marcus Smart's colorful, literally, when you look at his hair. But it makes everything more interesting because really the storyline coming into this game was how important Game 3 was going to be, because when series have been tied 1 apiece, 82% Game 3 winner goes on and wins this series. So obviously there was a lot at stake, but at the same time, the conversation was about Draymond and him getting under the skin of the Boston Celtics. So Draymond is a guy you want on your team, but if he's not on your team, you absolutely hate. But he brings color to this series.
Can you think of any movie that's considered even a good movie without an antagonist?
No, I mean that's any good story, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the only one is maybe Castaway, but the antagonist might be the island.
Yeah, the sea.
Yeah, I
the
think
sea itself.
and almost nature is the antagonist. However, it ends up being the savior.
Yeah, it
interesting.
does.
Interesting. That's deep.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of another
I can't
example.
think of one. I mean, you've got to have an antagonist in every story, and Draymond Green is a perfect antagonist.
Saving Private Ryan. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
One of the greatest antagonists of all time. Please welcome back for another world war. Germany.
The Exorcist.
El Diablo.
All right.
Yeah, but I mean, you need a great antagonist in any story.
And he stirs the pot.
He is that guy.
Now, we have some developing news this morning. We'll tell you more about that after LT tells us about our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. By the way, Game 4 of the NBA Finals coming up on Friday night. Tomorrow night, they're off today. Boston leads the series 2-1. A lot of overreaction today. Of course, if Golden State comes back and wins Game 4, all that overreaction will be put right back in the back pocket there. Redmont Vodka, let me tell you, the last 3 days I was at the beach, I had a personal relationship with Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, I heard you. You look like you did a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I woke up yesterday morning and I was like, did I finish that whole bottle of Redmont vodka in 3 days?
It happens. I will tell you. So I was at one of our sponsors, Beer Hog, yesterday, and we did our last call with Brittany Wagner a week ago today. But I was having a Redmont vodka with one of our clients, and one of his friends came up that knows you, a guy named Stoney. Used to go to church with you.
Oh, Stoney! Yeah,
my man.
Stoney wanted to say hello while I was enjoying a Redmont vodka, but he said great things about the Dunaways. Anyway, locally owned and operated, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. Now available in 20 states. Pick up a bottle, drink it this weekend, just like Dunaway did.
Yeah, I did. It was really good. It had the World Games label on it, and I mixed a drink because I did not have any ginger ale, but I had Diet Mountain Dew. And so instead of, I made the transfusion. I didn't have any grape juice either. I had cran grape. So instead of the transfusion is
piece this together.
The transfusion is Redmont vodka, grape juice, and ginger ale. So I used Redmont vodka, 2 scoops, also cran grape, and then Diet Mountain Dew. Splash of that on top with the cran grape.
How was it?
I called it the TNR Transformer, but spelled with TNR, Transformer.
Okay, will you be honest about something?
I did gain 7 pounds this week.
I'm not asking you about your weight.
I am puffy. I'm puffy.
When you mix your drinks, do you actually use a shot glass and use true measurements?
I did not here. We did not have a shot glass. We VRBO'd it. Is that right?
Well, I used to call it VRBO, but their commercials call it Verbo.
I
never really called it
Verbo.
Verbo.
I Verbo'd it. And so I searched everything, and there was no shot glass anywhere. So I did.
So do you typically use shot glass?
I love his sound effect.
Huh?
Do you typically use shot glass?
I usually, yeah.
See, that's not a way to mix a drink. You've just got to do it by feel.
Oh, really?
So I think now moving forward, you can do it by feel.
But I like to pretend I'm the bartender, and I sort of like me.
Yeah, but the bartender, the problem is they limit you to 1.5 ounces. You don't have to do that yourself.
I don't, but I'm telling you, you know how if the bartender likes you, they'll mix the drink, they'll have your drink here, and they'll be pouring into a shot, right? And then it's overflowing.
Yeah.
That's the way I do it. I'm like, shh. I'm like, I really like me some Jim, so I'm pouring me sort of almost 3 or 4 shots.
Now, this becomes a problem. Sometimes if you know the bartender too well, they can hook you up too much.
Yeah. I like to taste my drink.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
just taste
my
it.
God, this is like a straight bottle.
Yeah, we got into a place that was right across the street from where we were, and can't remember the name of it, and they didn't pay for my meal, so I won't give them a plug, but it was a really nice outdoor setup, had some of the Edison lights, and
yeah, I saw that.
It was all outside.
Was it the fish camp?
It was not. It was not, but it was a lot like that place.
Where were you guys?
We were, I think it's called Santa Rosa. We're at the other end of 30A.
That is Santa Rosa. Was it Old Florida Fish House?
It was not.
That's a good place, too.
Is it Hooters? We can keep guessing.
Oh, we were at a place called The Grove. It was called The
Grove. Like you go to the beach. Where are we going to go, Maggie? Let's go to Hooters.
Are Hooters still open, by the way?
I think so. Okay. John Daly finds them everywhere.
Anyway, The Grove.
So we were at The Grove, and we were going to go somewhere else and have dinner, and I wasn't really hungry. I'll be honest, I was drunk, and somebody else was driving. We'd walked across to this spot, and so I started, they had fresh squeezed grapefruit juice. So I started ordering Palomas, which was tequila. And it just was dialed in perfectly. So I probably had 4 or 5 of that. Woo. Sitting there as the sun was setting outside with the Edison lights and the charcuterie board rolling out and my pinky in the air. So I woke up yesterday morning and we had to...
I'm going to get a bicycle.
Well, we just 2 more weeks out of you and it would have been leaving 30A with Nick Cage.
I had to delay our departure yesterday a little bit, and I did return the bikes by riding them myself down there just to get my stomach in a position to head north on I-65.
Wait, so you had to take both bikes back?
I did, yeah.
Wait, so what did you take a bike back, walk back, take a bike back?
Yeah.
Well, how long was the ride?
I had to sweat it out a little bit.
And Maggie had on her
cucumbers on her.
Yeah, just out cold.
Her sleep mask on.
Yeah. The ride was about a mile and a half.
Okay.
From the house to the YOLO place for the bikes. No gears on those, by the way. It's all.
Oh yeah, it's just pedal as hard as you can.
Yeah, but everything's pretty flat.
Yeah, not going up down into a bridge and then right up.
Well, you're able to ride with one hand and video with the other. We showed that yesterday on the show.
Yeah. Y'all showed that?
Well, somebody wrote in. Oh, I'll show that. Somebody wrote in and said, look how Dunaway's concentrating on this bike ride. It's full concentration. We're like, no, that's just selfie face. He's doing a selfie face.
It was my selfie face, but also I'm not as good riding bike. I don't ride them often.
Right.
Are you better at riding or swimming?
Riding a bike.
He sinks right at the bottom swimming.
Hey, challenge, Ironman.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Loser bracket. I would do the Ironman if we get out Monday.
Wait. You would do the Ironman?
Instead of where we're sending you would do an Ironman.
A mini Ironman. Is there a mini Ironman?
We're back to right off on that quick. Very quick.
Small triathlon.
Wait, what is a triathlon exactly? How far do you have to go? Yeah, I know what you do.
Ironman's like what? A mile and a half swim.
Yeah, Ironman's full
112-mile bike ride and like 26-mile run.
Yeah, it's a full marathon and a full bike ride and a.
I could do the swimming and the bike ride. I couldn't do the run.
You could do 110 miles on the bike?
It might take forever, but yeah.
Forever.
Yeah. But you're right. A triathlon is what you want.
I would want to swim first, then walk my distance, and then ride my bike.
Yeah.
And then a couple of days later, I'd see you guys. It would be quicker.
Yeah, I don't think you get to pick the order.
Stephanie
Lance Taylor's finishing in the pool.
Stephanie Walker, great meteorologist at NBC 13 WVTM. She and her husband do triathlons. I can get the distance if you want to offer that up.
Well, I mean, I think it's too late. I think we're already booked up.
Yeah, I mean, flight's booked. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
do you know where I'm going?
Yeah,
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Dunaway's in the.
The fact that I've kept it a secret this long is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
I think the cat's out of the bag.
Oh, do you?
I do.
Why?
Well, because I know I'm going to Chicago, so which means I'm going west.
Well, I mean, Lance, that's like it's like 30 states.
Yeah. You either
cat's out of the bag.
If you're going to
west.
Chicago, that meant you. I mean,
I'm almost willing.
Leaving here, you either had to go to Atlanta, Memphis, Chicago, or Houston to go anywhere.
You don't have to react to this, but I'm almost willing to put a stake that I am going to Washington State.
I will tell you that was my original plan. And it did not get great legs because I thought you should go to Gonzaga since they cost you the bracket. I thought that would be great symmetry.
I think Tennessee really cost me the bracket. I was thinking about this yesterday because somebody asked me.
Send him to Knoxville.
Yeah. I really think Auburn cost me the bracket.
Well, really,
what if I walked to Auburn?
I had Tennessee playing for the national championship and losing to Michigan. Yep. Was it in the Sweet 16?
I
think it was. I think that ultimately is what cost me the bracket. And the ironic thing is Tennessee could cost me a stake if they don't win this whole
that is true.
College World Series.
Meanwhile, though, all you need is New Orleans to beat Tampa Bay in this week's USFL showdown game, and you win another stake back because Tampa Bay doesn't win the USFL.
Tampa's playing well right now, though.
Yeah,
New Orleans seems to be trending in the wrong direction.
New Orleans and Tampa Bay, winner likely goes to the playoffs.
Will you be there pulling on Tampa Bay?
I will be decked in Tampa gear, cheering on the Bandits. I probably will not. By the way, swim, bike, and run, Charleston, one of our great female listeners, is the order they go in the triathlon. So that means
that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, but you'd swim and then you'd get that wet clothes on that bike. That's never
fine.
fun.
Dry out quick.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
I'd want to swim, run to dry out while I was running.
I think swim ought to be your last one, though. If you're exhausted, swim is the one that can kill you.
That's a great point.
That's probably why they lead off with that one.
But I'm swimming a lot right now, so I feel like I could do the swim. Like everybody in that field would beat me, but I could complete the swim, and then I could bike slowly, and then I could walk whatever the distance is.
While we're talking about your destination, Rockstar, give me cut number 8. One of our great listeners, and listen, listeners and viewers, I used to brag about you guys all the time when we were over at Jocks. But you guys have stepped it up. We get pictures.
This is amazing, by the way.
We get pictures from you guys in TNR gear in Paris and at all the sporting events and everything. It just blows me away how awesome you guys are. At Garth Brooks concerts, there's tickets, T-shirts and everything. down on 30A, people are, wearing stuff. If they see me and stuff, they're saying hi. So you guys are amazing. And then you get a guy like Stephen Wyatt, who he and his friends are out west. And they're like, well, we're going to go buy sports bra since you guys talk about it all the time in Portland.
Out of the way. I mean, Scott's showing their map. They had to go out of the way to get to this joint.
Yeah, so this is them out there, but we're going to go out of our way to get to the sports bra. This is the sports bra, what it looks like there. Beer's on tap right there.
I mean, there's a good
Chalkboard.
Chance I'm going to be at the sports bra in 1 week from now.
There's a good vibe. But listen, Steven actually sent us some audio with the owner.
Come on, Lance. Sports bra. Portland.
That is so good.
Hilarious.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah,
Steven,
really.
thank you, man. Thank you.
That's pretty incredible. I saw that for the first time this morning, and that blows me away.
Yeah, so really, really an interesting place, the sports bra. We'll see if that's where LT ends up or not. It all starts on Mondays. He'll be off on the road, and he'll be checking in here as we get to that. A lot more in sports to get to, including the Braves and what we saw in Oklahoma. Montana's our first guest in an hour. You're part of the show on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. Again, a little slower, 734-0923. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. I'll tell you what's in the next segment after LT tells us about trivia last night.
Look, some of the knowledge you learn, I know both Brown and Rocky know this because they were there last night. But Dunaway, what came first, Diet Coke or Kanye West?
Oh, my initial answer would be Kanye West, because I don't think Diet Coke came on the scene until, for a while, women and me could only drink, what was that bad? Tab. Could only drink Tab. So that got you through the 70s. And I think Kanye was born before 1982. So I'm going to say Diet Coke 1982. Kanye's older.
Kanye actually celebrated his 45th birthday yesterday, 1977. Diet Coke, very good, 1982.
Thank you.
We saw a statistical anomaly. I don't know that this is possible. How many spots are on that wheel we spin at Odie's?
Yeah, probably 12.
12 spots, Dunaway. And Rockstar spins, or somebody comes up and spins after every round, and one of the things is Name That Tune, where Rockstar sings a song, and you can pick. You can either name you've been there.
And every week I pull for it to hit Name That Tune. Me and Will both want to.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, we want to see, Rockstar sing. We want to see the crowd reaction.
Bar sings along with Rockstar. Rockstar lost his voice. He announced at the start, guys, we cannot do Name That Tune tonight. I don't have my voice.
Well, he announced it on the show yesterday, and you and I said we would pick up the slack.
That's right.
We told him to bring his guitar.
There are 7 spins. How many do you think landed on Name That Tune? How many spots? 12 spots on the thing?
11 or 12.
11 or 12. How many do you think out of 7?
Well,
is it 8, 7, or 8 spins?
If you'd have just said,
it's 7 spins.
7 spins.
If you had just said, without saying a factual anomaly to start with, I would have said 1.
Okay.
But now that you said that, I'll say 6 of 7.
6 of 7. Yeah. It's a statistical anomaly. Every spin landed on Name That Tune.
But guess what? By the end of the night, me and Brown actually sang 2 songs.
Did you do Island in the Stream?
We did not.
We did not.
We did.
And they couldn't guess ours. We were spot on. We were so good.
I see these guys like 22 years old and you're all doing songs from 87.
Yeah, we did Guns N' Roses and Poison, but other than that.
Yeah, we did Patience in Every Rose.
We had to do the songs we knew.
But those are classics. How do you not know those? I would have known Satisfaction as a kid.
Exactly. Anyway,
Odie's, great place for lunch or dinner, award-winning wings, delicious burgers. Get that Diablo sandwich. Sit inside or outside on that great patio. Enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff at Odie's and Crestline.
Smuff, yes, New Coke before Diet Coke. No, I guess not. If he's saying 85.
That's what the rumor's always been, but I don't think it's true.
No, Diet Coke was before New Coke.
Yeah, okay. Landmine believer, LT can't make it to the top of the L.A. Coliseum without seeing stars. Now he thinks he can do an Ironman.
Well, did I explain how I was going to do the Ironman? I think I could be come in last swimming. Again, I'm going to pedal a little bit and go the 112 miles it'll take me a day, and then I'm going to walk.
Everyone wants to know who did the whistling part of Patience. No doubt Brown did.
I did, but it's hard to whistle in a microphone, I've learned.
Very hard to do. Yeah.
I can't whistle, by the way. So it's going to be a horrible admission, but I can only suck and not blow when I'm whistling.
Hey, it doesn't matter, man.
Stunned at that.
I just want effort out of you.
I can only make a sound sucking in and not blowing out.
Yeah.
Have another teenage reformer.
When we come back, there's a new thing that is paying college football players on the landscape, and Bo Nix and Bryce Young are involved in it. We'll tell you what it is next on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Back with you on the next round. The LIV tournament. Is that how you say it, Brown? LIV? The LIV tournament?
Yeah.
The LIV tournament's underway over in London. Cannot make out the leaderboard. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at.
That leaderboard is a lot, man.
Yeah. It's not on American television, which tells you a lot that we can put Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers playing Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen on primetime television, and we don't have this event on television. But it is live television in most of the world, just not in the United States of America. And it's weird, Brown. They're playing in London, but it's not a links course, which I just assumed every course in England was a links course, but it is not.
That's a bad assumption on your part.
Yeah.
They have a lot of, I think they call them parkland courses.
Yeah.
That are more like what we see here in the United States, and that's what they're playing on. They'll be in the U.S. for their next event.
As you would imagine, LIV Golf is a black and white logo, very evil-looking logo. Looks like this will take Lunsford having a microphone here. What was the old WWE back in the day, WWF back in the day when the Hulk Hogan and those guys went from being the good guys? New World Order, was that what it was?
Yeah, Hulk Hogan dyed his beard black.
He did. The old NWO, man.
That's what LIV's logo looks like. It's black and white. It looks like it's Hulk Hogan is on the evil side now.
I mean, it really is beyond confusing.
It is. Yeah, there's a lot of confusing to it.
So what we've learned, though, today is that the PGA Tour has done something they have rarely done, and that's one of the developing stories out there. That includes suspending the players that are playing in the LIV events.
That is correct, yeah. And any future players. They've gone ahead and laid it down and said, if you're thinking about skipping this one and keeping your PGA Tour eligibility, go ahead and forget that, too. You're not going to do that.
Bryson DeChambeau and Patrick Reed announced while I was gone.
And Ricky Fowler looks like he's headed that way. There are rumors.
Well, Ricky needs the money. He needs rent.
I don't know about that. I think Ricky's doing all right. Scott is showing the announcement for the PGA Tour. There is speculation Brooks Koepka is going to be right behind them. There's speculation that Matt Wolff and Pat Perez, those are not names that a lot of people would recognize, are about to go do this. And there'll be many more now that, again, these guys have taken the bullets for everybody else. There's going to be a lot more that do this. The tour has said you are suspended. There is no length of the suspension, so that makes it appear that it is a life suspension. A lifetime ban, perhaps. And they also said, basically worded it so that a tournament can't just give a sponsor's exemption to, say, Phil Mickelson and him get in. Now, I do want to make this abundantly clear. This does not affect any of the majors. This is only regular PGA Tour events, including the Players' Championship. But the PGA, British, U.S. Open, Masters, they operate their own events. They'll make their own rules.
And none of them have stepped up and said these players are suspended.
No, in fact, the U.S. Open did the exact opposite. They said, if you're qualified, you're playing. You know, they've already qualified. They're playing regardless of what they're doing at the LIV Tour. They're going to play in the U.S. Open. So the U.S. Open, which was the first one that was tested here, has said that if they're qualified, they're playing. The other thing is, and this is going to help some guys, is these players that are playing in this are booted out of the FedEx Cup standings. I think the highest standing is Taylor Gooch at 13. But it's going to bump a lot of guys up because there are going to be a lot of guys that get bumped out of this field. And as players continue to leave, that'll continue to happen.
So they're playing now, and what is confusing as we watch it on YouTube, which is the only place you can watch it here in the U.S., unless you've got Tommy Firestick, is that they shotgun start. So their leaderboard is always on the left side of the screen. And when they show a golfer, they will highlight him and then tell you on the top he's got 12 holes to play.
Well, everybody has 12 holes to play because it's a shotgun start.
Yeah, but the golfer before that had 14 to play.
Well, that's because they're just finishing holes at different times. But
Yeah.
everybody's in the same part of their round because it's a shotgun start. So everybody starts at the same time and finishes at the same time.
But I was just talking about for people who are watching you'll see the top change.
Yeah.
It'll go 14 to play, 13 to play, 12 to play as a highlighted guy.
Yeah.
So that is one of the unique parts of their leaderboard, which is always on the left side of the screen. as you watch the evil golf tour
I know
start to play.
Over there, I think it is 4:30, but it already looks like it's the sun setting.
A little cool over there, too. Everybody in their sleeves. Yeah, that's what you get in England this time of year.
U.S. Open next week.
That is right. Yep.
We've got some great sound from this tournament coming.
We got it right now. As soon as Brown tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters, we'll get to what everyone is discussing with the Saudi-backed money that has drawn people over to the LIV Tour. And LT has found some interesting sound of them getting questioned before this thing teed off.
Father's Day is the last day of the U.S. Open, and that's next Sunday, as Jim just mentioned. It's a great gift time, too, from Nichols Outfitters. Listen, if you've got that gun enthusiast, a hunter in your family that's the good old dad, how about a Christensen Traverse rifle? Buy that, and you're entered into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 right alongside it. That outdoorsman will love this gift and bring a smile to Dad's face. Purchase a Christensen Classic Rifle. Enter to win another, now till Father's Day, Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
LIV Golf responded to the PGA Tour's suspension of the players playing right now in London. Today's announcement by the PGA Tour is vindictive and deepens the divide between the Tour and its members. It's troubling that the Tour, an organization dedicated to creating opportunities for golfers to play the game, is the entity blocking golfers from playing the game. This certainly is not the last word on this topic. The era of free agency is beginning, as we are proud to have a full field of players joining us in London and beyond. The next event for LIV is in Portland, Oregon. All right, LT found this sound. Set it up for us, man.
Yeah, so one of our listeners, Rhett, sent me a DM and put this sound together. I think that's Lee Westwood, right?
That is Lee Westwood.
Ian Poulter is going to be to his right. And these are some of the most direct questions that could ever be asked, Brown. You have not heard this sound yet, but this is pretty incredible.
Ian, is there anywhere in the world you wouldn't play? If Vladimir Putin had a tournament, would you play there?
That's speculation. Not even going to comment on speculation.
So, just in a generality, is there anywhere you wouldn't play on a moral basis? If the money was right, is there anywhere you wouldn't play?
I don't need to answer that question.
Sorry?
I don't need to answer that question.
Lee, do you want to answer it? Would you have played in apartheid South Africa, for example?
Well, you're just asking us to answer a hypothetical question there, which...
Well, they're moral questions, aren't they?
Answer a question on that.
Woo, super awkward.
Yeah. They're moral questions, aren't they?
In a way, though, Ian Poulter, I don't really need to answer that. He's almost essentially saying, I think I have answered that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm here.
I'm
here, aren't I?
I really don't know how you answer that.
Well, I mean, I think Poulter almost said it. I mean, I'm here, aren't I?
Yeah.
So obviously I'm willing to take the money. And that's the thing. Somebody said to me on Twitter, and I agree 100% on this yesterday. You know, look, whether you argue with whether these guys should or shouldn't do this, I would just appreciate them not trying to answer the question the way they answer them, just saying, guys, look, shady, maybe so, but I needed the money. Yeah. I mean, this is a lot of money. I can't say no to it.
We're not even needed the money. I'm just here for the money.
Yeah, it's a ton of money. Guys, I couldn't say no to the money.
And how many people really would?
Yeah, is this shady? Yeah, it's probably shady. And I haven't really done a ton of homework to find out what these guys are doing. Are they using me to try to create a better image for them? Absolutely, they are. But you know what? They offered me $125 million up front. I couldn't say no to that.
Brendan Quinn writes the story at The Athletic. The LIV Golf participants could at least be candid about their motivations. Just say it's about the money.
It is. But let me flip the coin real quick. I also am getting tired of these members of the media who want to play holier than thou and pretend as if the Saudi government came to them and said, would you like to do a quarter of the work you're currently doing, and I'll give you $150 million up front? And they're pretending they would all say no to that, and maybe some of them would. But I maintain you don't know what you would say until you got that offer.
100%.
Or even if they said, hey, will you come? We need some positive coverage.
Like I would, yeah, exactly.
And we'll pay you $10 million to come in and do this piece for us that shows a good light on the Saudi government.
Because let me tell you what, I have seen media members sell out for a whole lot less than $150 million.
Sometimes for a buffet in a college press box.
No doubt about it. So I've seen media members sell out. Now, did they sell out to a brutal regime? No. But I've seen them sell out for a lot less than $150 million.
And again, I've said this, and we did a poll question on it, and the majority of people agree with me. There is a professional sports owner or two that has had somebody killed right now actively. And I think we've got major corporations that we all invest in and spend money with on a daily basis that are corrupt.
There is no doubt somewhere in my body right now that there is, all the way down to my sneakers, there is something that has come from China.
That's right. Not the next round shirt.
Not the next round stuff.
Clear.
Well, do you have a MacBook?
Yeah, I do have a MacBook.
Yeah, it came from China.
Yeah. So I mean, what's the difference? I mean, I'm throwing $2,100 to basically China at this point, through Apple. I'm sure only $19.97 make it to the Chinese workers.
You think work conditions and severance are bad? Imagine the kid making this computer.
But I mean, so when you start drawing all these lines, where do you start drawing it? You watch an NBA game last night. We know what the hell they do in China.
Yeah.
So it's all over the place.
It is, and I would like to say that I wouldn't sell out to a brutal regime for $150 million. But you know what? I can't say that I wouldn't until I'm offered that. I can't say that. I can say I would like to think I wouldn't, and I would like to think I wouldn't. But until somebody said to me, Brown, your family can be set for life, your kids can be set for life, and their kids can be set for life. Here's $150 million. Guys, that's a tough decision to make. Don't act as if you know right now how you would make that decision.
You are on our board, so to speak, here at the next round. And I brought this up before. If LIV wanted to sponsor us,
I like that we have a board. Yeah,
we technically do for $5 million a year. I don't know how you're going to vote, but I'm voting.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rockstar, are you on the board? Am I on the board?
I'm not on the board.
You're on the board, Dunaway.
Am I the lay person on the board? I have to watch, but I don't have voting power. I'm Puerto Rico.
The designated survivor.
Even
I'm Secretary of Agriculture.
Would you not vote yay for $5 million sponsorship a year?
Oh no.
$5 million?
Yeah.
A year?
Yeah.
How about a $150 million one-time offer?
Well, Dunaway doesn't ask for much, does he?
And we just walk away.
Again, it goes back to everybody's got their price, right?
We just leave our hats and everything right here. We go, you guys have got it. It's good night, everybody.
Oh, David asked, does the Saudi government own the LIV? Technically, it's the... And I'm about to crawl into waters I'm not comfortable in.
Yeah, that's what I was
it's the investment arm of the Saudi government. It's basically the royal. It's the company that kind of controls the finances for the royal family. So essentially, the royal family.
What is their rainy day fund? We talk about SEC schools and what they've got.
Add a zero.
Do they ever have to balance a checkbook?
No.
You ever think they're like, God, you spent $92 at Publix?
Yeah.
I told you 75 was our budget.
Wouldn't you like, do you ever now and then you call just to get your balance at the bank? Would you like to hear their balance?
You currently have $650 trillion and 78 cents.
Would you like to, 1, recheck the balance? 2. All right, so they're playing golf for evil people. And we're wearing evil people's clothing, using evil people's electricity, probably, for all we know. We keep rolling along. When we come back, college football, more evil people, I'm sure, somewhere along the lines, being brought to you by great people, Hemp Hill Services. If something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, our friends at Hemp Hill, they are American-made, Adam and Chad.
Yeah, first call we make, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Bobby's right. If your budget's $75 at Publix, it's going to get you about 3 half-full plastic bags.
I cannot believe how expensive groceries are gotten.
Yes. But I am the worst. Maggie will send me to get just a rotisserie chicken for my lunch or something. And I'll go there and I like walking the aisles. I'll come back with 9 things that are $75.
Yeah, do you get suckered in, like buy 3 bags of Doritos, get a 4th free?
No, she tells me that when I get back. She goes, you bought 1 12-pack of Diet Pepsi? It's buy 2, get a 3rd one free. You should have just bought 3. And I'm like,
but it's
I don't read that
pain
stuff.
in the ass to carry.
I don't read
Jim,
that stuff.
We don't even have a cat. Why are you buying cat food?
Like, I've cut myself.
And why haven't you returned my bike?
I've cut myself on the Aquafina, buy 2, get 1 free.
Yeah.
And then your cart's completely full of water.
I'm very thirsty, man.
All right. When we come back, what has Bo Nix and Bryce Young on the same team? Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Lil Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Lil Sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the Game Zone and Kids Zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Braves win last night in a big way. They killed Oakland. And now they get the Pirates. A good opportunity for them to make some ground up. They're 3 games above 500. 6:20 tonight over at Truist for the Braves in Pittsburgh. Part of our show, Being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, whether you're listening to us here in Birmingham, our home base on the Blue Lake Center, or in Nashville or in the ATL, Mortgage Right can hook you up.
Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, big announcement earlier today on the college football front from our friends at Fanatics teaming up with Topps. They've announced that we've got college football trading cards coming and NFTs.
Rockstar?
NFTs don't excite me.
They do. Oh, NFTs is where it's at, man.
What do you mean they don't excite you?
You getting emotional?
Well, no, I've something in my right eye, probably an eyelash, sand from the beach, whatever. It's not working. The right eye's not working. Yeah,
it's not working.
Forrest with right eye not working.
Try to restart it?
Can we reboot that right eye? Fanatics Collectibles and Topps announced a comprehensive college trading card program with more than 100 new university partnerships with Fanatics about this, but it includes some individual partnerships. 200 student athletes have signed on with this. That includes, first name listed, Heisman Trophy winner Bryce Young will have his own card.
If you're going to start, you start with the Heisman Trophy winner, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yep. Second name listed, national championship winning quarterback Stetson Bennett.
That's right.
Everyone joking online, Stetson's card will look like a 1987 Topps baseball trading card because he's old school.
He's pointing the bat at the camera.
Third name mentioned, Bo Nix, quarterback Oregon.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Caleb Williams, USC, and others, including some basketball players in the announcement, Nick Smith, Jr. of Arkansas.
I can't imagine. I guess they'll print actual cards. I mean, are they doing actual cards? I mean, the NFTs are going to be worth more than the cards.
The NFTs are mentioned, but Topps is here, so Topps, they do the hard card, right?
I guess. I don't know if Topps, does Lunsford know if Topps is in the NFT market? I'm not sure, but I would imagine they've had to dip their toe in it. Yep. The NFTs, I think, are where the value is in the future in this. I don't know how much trading cards are going to be traded actually in the future. So this is interesting, though. I mean, trading cards are kind of an old school concept, it feels.
Yeah, but as confusing as crypto is to me, the NFT is even more confusing.
Oh, I know that. But I mean,
Caleb Williams says, I'm so excited to team up with Fanatics and Topps on this new trading card partnership, which will allow me to create an even deeper level of engagement with fans and collectors everywhere. There was a time that, I mean, we had some NCAA investigations about people going up to hotel rooms at bowl games before they had left college and signing trading cards and paintings and things like that.
Lingo Mill was a cocktail napkin, right, with an agent.
Yeah, well, he signed with an agent on a cocktail napkin.
He did, but, Johnny Manziel told the story after he was at Texas A&M about how much money he made just to sit in a hotel room and sign autographs.
Yeah, footballs trading cards and things like that.
While he was playing at A&M, I mean, that's child's play now. You don't even do that now. You're actually making the money on the sale of the cards now.
Matthew over in the chat room, trading cards right now, all-time high. The price of cards and boxes are out of control.
I bet it's because, it's a supply and demand, obviously. I'm sure fewer
COVID
being printed.
brought all that back.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. I know a lot of people that started to get back into cards because I guess they were a little bored.
Yeah.
And so that market went way up during COVID.
But I would imagine, I would guess, I don't know this, but I would guess they're printing fewer now than they ever have, which would, in theory, as long as there's still some demand there, only raise the value of them. If there are fewer of them, they're more rare, and that's the whole thing about those cards, right, is their value is determined in large part by how rare they are.
Kevin says a special Mac Jones card just sold for $100,000 and then resold for $175,000.
My gosh, how much is an Aaron Rodgers worth?
Michael says Tua and Devontae could have made bank on 2nd and 26 with an NFT there.
No doubt. And that's the whole thing about this is it's an endless way of making money if you're an entrepreneur or if you have the proper representation. These guys can make really good money in college football now. Really, really good money.
Yeah.
I mean, Bryce Young and Bo Nix will make a lot of money off this. I don't even know how to put a value on it.
I hope the NFT is a little bit different than the trade card or card trading. You guys remember back in the day you'd have a card and the Beckett guide would tell you it's worth $50 and you go sell it and they'd be like, I'll give you $25 for it.
Well, I got to make a profit too, buddy.
That's right. Yeah, if you took it to the store.
Yeah.
Yeah, that book's telling you it's worth $50. That book is not giving you $50.
No.
It's worth what you can get for it.
I know the NFT is confusing to you, but to be abundantly fair, we've got a video conference after the show today. What is your level of confidence that you could pull that off on your computer?
I feel pretty good about it. I've learned how to do the Zoom links.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's Microsoft Teams, though. You know that, right?
I'm sure I can figure that out. There's not much difference, is there?
Nah,
it's a team. You're on a team.
Totally different platform.
I mean, he's gonna send me a link.
Yeah.
Bryant says, listen, I'm all for college players making money, but my solution to the Wild West is that you can only make money your sophomore through senior year. Can't get paid during recruiting or your freshman year. Keeps recruiting clean and helps with player retention.
Give that one up. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but you can forget it. The toothpaste is out of the tube.
I agree with that. But remember, we tried to not let freshmen even play for a big chunk of college athletic existence.
That's right.
And then that changed over the years.
I mean, a plane crash changed it, unfortunately. When Marshall had to play freshmen after the plane crash, everybody said, well, why aren't we not playing freshmen? That's kind of dumb anyway. But this is something where it's already so far down the road, there's just really, I don't even know legally that you'll be able to pull off what he's talking about.
I cannot get rid of the New World Order wrestling reference with what's going on with this LIV tournament. Phil Mickelson's decked out all in dark colors, black and gray, and he's got a dark black beard, 5 o'clock shadow, really like he didn't shave, like he is the Hulk Hogan version of this tournament.
Yeah, this is Bizarro World Phil Mickelson here. A lot of these guys aren't wearing any sponsor logos. That's why they look a little more plain.
It does look weird.
I know, it does. Mickelson showed up in an Augusta National jacket.
Yep.
It didn't even have a sponsor logo on, other than his own logo.
Yep. I mean, that does look weird, not seeing that.
It does.
A pretty big gallery out there for a Thursday late afternoon in London.
Yeah, I mean, they gave tickets away to this. They were free tickets, but a lot of people took them up on it.
All right, Montana Fouts next. We'll talk about what we saw in Oklahoma City last night with Oklahoma killing Texas 16-1 in the first game of the Best of 3 championship series, and what's going on in Montana's life. All that is coming up as we tell you Storm Restoration Roofing's there to help you out right now. Our buddy Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in America. We've talked with Greg several times over the year about how he likes to help out local families, and he does that many ways. One of this, first of all, is just giving you what you pay for. That's great service and a great product. When he's up on your roof, you know you're getting the best out of him and out of the products he's putting on your roof. He also likes to give you a free opportunity to get a free no-cost inspection. You do that by calling his cell number or texting him. You can text him, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, offers the best warranty in the industry, and insurance companies trust Greg, and you should too. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, 542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook at Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Be there when the USFL excitement moves to Legion Field this week. Let's go. For an action-packed fan appreciation weekend.
We come to win and we come to dominate.
Bring the family on Saturday and get a free Birmingham Stallions t-shirt.
Hey, let's bring that energy up.
As the Breakers go head-to-head with your Stallions at 3.
Let's go Stallions! Williams with a touchdown.
Tickets are just $10 and kids are free.
Yes, sir!
Buy your tickets for Legion Field today at theusfl.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. Hydra Live's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, when I was talking to someone about one day getting Montana Fouts on as an NIL, they were like, does she really hunt? Does she really fish? Does she do that? I want you to see when we pop her up here, check out the camo back seats in her truck. I mean, she's so legit.
Oh, wow.
She is so legit. Montana Fouts about to join us. If you missed it last night, the Women's World Series started the championship series, a new World Series record, 6 home runs from Oklahoma. They beat Texas 16-1, and instantly being a football culture, last time Oklahoma beat Texas by 15 or more in football, 2012 was the last time.
A decade.
A decade ago.
All right, Montana joins us now. She's presented each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline by Summit Tree Stands, a leading manufacturer of premium quality, high-performance tree stands, safety harnesses, and tree stand accessories. You can save now, SummitStands.com. Code Montana14, 14% off all tree stands with code Montana14. What is up, Montana? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Before, and I know Jim wants to talk to you about the games, but as he was saying that, I'm thinking, and you probably will not be around to see this at Alabama, but they are coming to the SEC. How crazy is that to think those two teams, Oklahoma and Texas, will at some point be conference opponents for Alabama and Auburn and everybody else in the SEC?
I think it's weird just because we're not usually, seeing them in the SEC, but, we did play Texas this year. So we're used to playing those teams, and I think it'll just be fun, and I think it'll be great for the SEC. Great competition every weekend.
We've talked to NFL guys that say they don't watch the Super Bowl unless they're participating. Did you watch last night? And if so, is this Oklahoma team, could you put them in an argument as the greatest softball team of all time?
Yeah, of course it's hard for me to watch, but I do because I wish I was there. But I'm a huge softball fan even when I'm not playing. So I was watching. I've got friends that play on both teams, so that it was great for me to watch too. But yeah, of course they're very dominant, and I think that I was telling, I can't remember who was standing there, but I think one of the girls hit a pitch that was really hard to hit. It's like a pitcher's pitch, and it seemed a lot of them were like that. So I think that people can look at them and say they're a great team, but whenever you sit down and you actually watch them, it's like they're hitting really hard pitches to hit. So I think it's great to watch, and they're a really dominant team.
All right, so I don't know if you've ever had a scouting report in front of you of Jocelyn Alo, but how would you pitch her? How would you attack her? What would you do to try to get inside one of the sweetest swings in the sport?
Who's to say I won't pitch against her ever again? But she's a great hitter, and I think that sometimes great hitters can get themselves out because they want to hit so bad. But watching her yesterday, I think that she's really patient too. So I think that's one of the reasons that she is so good is because of that. She's got best of both worlds. So I think you'll have to ask me on the day of, probably.
Would you try to heat her up though? Would you try to throw 72, or would you try to go off speed on her? How do you pitch a power hitter like that? Don't dance around this.
No, I won't. I think it really just depends. I think if I'm facing, especially somebody that's good, I feel like athletes all the time, like you have like another level type of thing. So I think I would automatically be throwing that hard anyway. But one of my things, if I try to throw so hard, the ball's flat, and I definitely cannot throw her that. So I think that more spin probably in trying to throw hard, because if she's facing me, she's probably already worked on hitting 74. So I can't rely on that.
Mm-hmm. See what she did there? She corrected my 72 with her 74.
Yes. Did it right. Montana Fouts is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. She joins us each week courtesy of Summit Tree Stands. They are carefully engineered to be the most silent, secure, comfortable, and safest tree stands available. And you can save right now. Great Father's Day gift. Montana 14 saves you 14% off all tree stands. SummitStands.com. Obviously, you guys are playing in front of growing crowds. The crowd in this sport is growing. But when you get to Oklahoma City, it's another world. Can you describe that atmosphere versus what you normally play in a stadium like they're playing in right now?
Yeah, obviously it's like 5 times bigger probably. And that's coming from playing at the Rhodes House, which is like the best college fans. We sell out every weekend. So that's usually around like 4,000. They're playing in front of 12,000. So I just think, and a lot of them are there just because they love softball. So they're coming to watch every game and not just their favorite team. So I think that that's really special too. And it's, once you get there, it's kind of like Disneyland, it's a Disneyland of softball. And I think that everybody's there just to have a great time, and they love watching softball.
I think we're exactly 1 month away from the World Games when you guys start up. The softball is July 9th. What will you do from now until July 9th?
And just keeping my body moving and trying to keep it in competitive shape, just because that is a little different, and need to throw to some live batters. And I do know that the week before we'll be playing exposition games and kind of training with each other. So that'll help too, but just kind of saying the same thing that I'm doing now towards the end of season and just staying in that shape.
Is this your NIL truck that is part of your NIL deal from up in Kentucky?
Yes, he is. His name is Childer. So
you name your truck?
I did.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, give us a tour. Let's see those. Give us. Well, I want to see the camo seats, man.
You had to look back at the back.
Now, is that a cover, or did they make the seats for you?
No, I got the cover, and luckily my brother did. We went fishing. We went on a fishing trip a couple days ago, so it was really, really bad. So he cleaned it out for me. What a great brother! But these are my seats.
Look at that, man!
Wow.
This is my fishing pillow. So ignore her. Yeah, but she's pretty spotless. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Where's Dixie?
Yeah. Well, you see, I live really far out in the middle of nowhere, and I just learned that I did not have service when I woke up. So I had to drive to some person's driveway, and now I have service. So she's at the house.
So you're home in Kentucky?
I'm home right now. Yes.
Yeah. Not the GPS. Wow. Where Montana is for any stalkers out there.
Can you drop a pin? Do you mind dropping a pin? So did you? What'd you catch? Was the fishing trip successful?
It was, yeah. It was just pretty good for this time of year because usually you only get to go in like March and April. We catch trout really right now, rainbow trout. My brother caught a couple gold ones, so it was a good trip.
Do you ever go fly fishing, or are you more of a boat fisher?
I use a spinning reel. My dad does the fly fishing right now. I haven't really had time to practice that, but I'm thinking when I get out of school, I'll probably get into that.
Yeah.
What about deep sea?
I've never been. No.
Noodling.
Have you noodled?
Have you dated a guy that is noodled?
Oh, I'm sure Tanner has, but especially playing softball, I'm a very cautious person. So I don't know if sticking my hand down there is probably something that I could be doing right now. Maybe some in the future, I would definitely do it, but I don't feel like calling Coach Murphy and be like, hey, I lost a few fingers to the turtle. So
hey, they can insure your fingers.
Yeah. Definitely go glove hand, though. Glove hand. Got to go glove hand.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Montana, don't you think a Summit tree stand is a great Father's Day gift? I was giving that idea earlier. That's a fantastic Father's Day gift, right?
I definitely think so. I was thinking about what to give my dad, and I thought that'd be perfect because he keeps walking by mine. He's like, so when are you going to get me one of those? Mm-hmm. So I think that's probably something I'm going to have to do.
Well, if you'll use Montana 14, you'll save 14% on all tree stands at summitstands.com. Montana 14, it's the leading manufacturer of premium quality, high-performance tree stand safety harnesses and tree stand accessories. You heard Montana say she's got hers. Summit tree stands for this fall. Code Montana 14, 14% off all stands at summitstands.com.
And Montana superfan Emily says she still owes you wings. You're supposed to come to Birmingham and get those. I don't know if they're birthday wings or what. Belated happy birthday to you, by the way.
Thank you. Yep. I'm always down for wings, so I got to make that up.
How do you, we did the Hot Ones Challenge. Have we talked to her about that before?
I don't think we have.
What flavor wings do you like? How hot do you heat those things up?
I'm not a spicy person, so I got to stick with my barbecue, sweet barbecue, anything like honey barbecue, anything like that.
Yeah. We did, it's called the Hot Ones Challenge. I don't know if you've ever seen it. And we actually participated in that. We ordered the kit. And what's the highest level we went to? 1 million?
I forgot the Scoville unit. It was insane. And there's one called the Bomb. But if you're interested, again, we invited you to come by for the World Games when you were in Birmingham. You could partake in the Hot Ones Challenge.
We got some hot sauces for you.
Y'all will definitely see me crying on camera probably. Then just have a glass of milk sitting there, and I think I'll be all right.
We both cried, me and Dunaway.
Yeah, that's what we're shooting for. We want to see those Montana tears. Yeah.
All right, enjoy the time back home, Montana. As always, we appreciate it.
Thank you, y'all.
All right, take care. Montana with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Summit Tree Stands, carefully engineered to be the most silent, secure, comfortable, and safest tree stands available. Use code Montana14 to get 14% off all tree stands at summitstands.com. That's summitstands.com and code Montana14.
Do we tiptoe around awkward with her?
I think sometimes we just dive right in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we learned things about her. That's the one thing I like about it is that I didn't know she was a wings person. Just amazing, though, that camo cover on the inside. It's a good looking truck.
Yeah, I think you should do that to your ride.
It wouldn't look good in
the
Alfa Romeo. Would
the Italian leather gets covered up with camo.
I don't see the resale on that one. I'm going to trade this in.
I don't think they.
Just ask Bo if he can do it for you.
Not a lot of Italian rednecks out there, are there? From over in the old country.
I'm sure there are.
The Alfa Romeo people would take that back. Anyway, in softball last night, 16-1. Alo had 2 home runs. In that she's not for the World Series for the year, hitting .516 for the year.
What is the record for a season?
I don't know. I guess that's close, but she's hitting .516 for the year, and they're discussing. Apparently, when they met earlier in the World Series, had a runner in second base, and they pitched to her instead of walking her and putting her on first base, and she hit a home run. And so the same situation last night, and Beth Mowens goes, well, do you pitch to her or do you walk her? And both of the folks were like, you walk her. You put her on first base.
Another home run.
So
and
what
they
was
pitched to her again, and she jacks it into the bleachers.
How many runners
left
were
field.
on?
Same situations in the game. Just a runner at second. First base was open.
Why would you pitch to her? I mean, this is a Barry Bonds situation, is it not?
She's literally putting half the time the ball in play.
Yes.
Well, actually more than half the time in play, but I mean, she's getting a hit half the time she's at the plate. Why would you not walk her?
Yeah, open first base, and then she homered later on. But they hit 6 home runs as a team last night. They were a beast. And if you were expecting Texas to play the role of 2005 Texas and against the greatest football team ever, USC, and go in there and beat them with Vince Young, you did not get that effort last night. They likely win the national championship tonight as they go 6:30 on ESPN2 if you want to watch that. We appreciate Montana being with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Tell us about Johnston RV.
I'm not going to read it on the I'm not going to read it on
I literally said that, though. It's a quote.
You did.
It's
not even Dunaway's top 10 most awkward quote. I don't know why y'all are making such a big deal about it. Johnston RV Center is I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. They've got an exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models that are 2 years old, and financing available there at Johnston RV Center. Check out these Cherokee Alpha Wolves, the 22s they've got, starting at $275 a month with approved credit, 10% down. They go up from there. They are beautiful, and you can see them all at JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com.
While we're talking about new rides for college athletes, we showed you the Lambo that Bijan Robinson has.
Yes.
We showed you C.J. Stroud's got a Bentley.
No, he turned down the Bentley.
He turned down the Bentley?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that's what he had.
They offered him a Bentley. He said he wanted the G-Wagon, so he went with the G-Wagon.
I mean, it must be nice.
My God.
Can you imagine that, right, Stan?
I turned it down.
I'll pass on the Bentley.
I mean, I would actually probably rather have the G-Wagon than the Bentley.
I feel more comfortable in the G-Wagon than driving around a Bentley.
Quinn Ewers last night tweets out that he has
a Kia,
an Aston Martin.
Well, that's what Lane Kiffin was trying to bait. Who was it he was trying to bait with that? I forget. Arch Manning? No. Arch never went on campus.
No.
Oh, it was Jackson Dart.
Yeah, Jackson Dart. Yeah,
I got him.
Yeah, but that was just to ride around the weekend.
Yeah.
This is his for the season or whatever his deal is.
Quinn Ewers better be good. I know C.J. Stroud's good. I know Bijan's good. But Ewers had that deal last year, didn't even play. And now he's got an Aston Martin, and we've never seen the guy take a snap.
James Bond drives an Aston Martin.
And Quinn Ewers. They look a lot alike.
So rolling into the Texas football complex, you've got a Lambo and an Aston Martin.
Yeah.
And
then some guy in his Celica.
I know.
Aston Martin is so, I mean, it is a British car, but it's in that culture. Can you put a picture of Daniel Craig as James Bond next to Quinn Ewers?
Just a comparison.
Please, when you get a chance, because Quinn Ewers in an Aston Martin, I think Aston Martin would be upset.
You're saying that's the what is the old saying? The
Mrs. Beverly Hillbillies.
Turn up Sal's ear and
like I don't remember the show, but they did just show up and they pretty much shocked their neighbors, right?
But do you have a little NIL envy right now in college athletics? Like you had Quinn Ewers yesterday with his Aston Martin. Meanwhile, Virginia quarterback Brennan Armstrong announces a deal for Charlottesville McDonald's, where he gets paid by local McDonald's, where he gets to put out his Brennan Armstrong meal, basically. Whatever his favorite meal is, you can go order the Brennan Armstrong meal there.
Oh, I bet that whole thing will sell out in a day.
I don't know, but I mean, my little one loves McDonald's, the Nugs. So going through the drive-thru, they were doing that a lot. Like they would have these music people that would do their
Travis Scott had a meal.
The Travis Scott meal and stuff like that.
That's who they were comparing this to, the Travis Scott meal.
But Brennan Armstrong is a really good quarterback. A lot of people hadn't seen this guy play. I mean, he is a baller. And I feel comfortable that he will have a better season than Quinn Ewers. And the dude's doing McDonald's, and Ewers has now got James Bond's car.
Not even national McDonald's, just the Charlottesville area McDonald's. 2 of them.
Too bad he's not around here. We're getting paid.
246 and 247.
Hundreds of thousands served. All right. When we come back, we talk to Josh Pate, our buddy from 24/7 Sports, about what's going on in college football. Javon Baker got our new landing spot at UCF with Gus Malzahn. We'll talk to him about some of this portal movement. And as we get closer and closer to the season, 79 days away before we get things going. Part of the show being brought to you by LT's guy, Dr. B. Again, that hat is on while the hair is growing. The big unveiling coming soon.
Yeah, no. Monday, Tuesday, I went hatless. Look, with age for most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting, went over the options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call him today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the game zone and kids zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Talking a little football with Josh Pate here in just a second. If you're looking for football of the round variety, soccer variety, we had it last night at Protective Stadium. A huge win for the Legion FC. 1-0 over Memphis 901. That's a rival game, the Deep South rivalry, they call it in USL. A 90th minute goal last night after a long delay. And speaking of a long delay, their Legion not back home again until July 23rd at Protective Stadium. I don't know if we have a rodeo coming to Protective Stadium or what, but they're gone the rest of the summer, basically, back July 23rd when they start the fall part of their schedule. You can always get tickets at bhmlegion.com. Basketball last night, Celtics take a 2-1 lead in the NBA Finals. A little hockey tonight, my Lightning and the Rangers at Madison Square Garden. They go at 7 on ESPN. That series is tied at 2. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. That's your look ahead.
Yeah, hey, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if Lasik is right for you. I had the 2200 vision years ago. After the procedure, I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if Lasik is right for you. Again, 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Josh Pate is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. At Late Kick Josh is where you find him on Twitter. You see him on 24/7 Sports. He is always kind with his time, and we love talking with him. What is up, Josh? How are you?
Well, what's up is the microwave's going off because my 2 packs of sugar-free apple cinnamon oatmeal are ready. That's not the biggest news. Biggest news is I was doing a radio hit about 15 minutes ago, so I have not been able to listen to the show. I looked down at my phone, and one of my buddies who does watch the show, we'll call him Zach, said, just tell Dunaway to give you the same line of questioning he gave Montana Fouts. Okay, that's Jim. All I know. So I'm going to need to get some details.
No, we don't need him to do that.
I simply said, could I see your back seat? Without context, that's what I asked.
And she obliged.
So, Josh.
She did show the back seat, Josh.
So, Josh, can I see your back seat?
Yeah, a little different.
Yeah, looked a little different.
Next question.
Hers was camo.
Yeah, hers was.
You can't see mine anymore either, so that's
true. Back to the apple cinnamon. I don't know why you're doing sugar-free. Is it Quaker? Because I used to do it in the packs. And I like mine thick. I would do 3 packs and not put too much water in it. I like the thickness. I don't know how you do yours. Is it Quaker, though?
Yeah, you like your oatmeal like Dunaway likes his backyards, essentially, is what I hear.
A little thick, yeah.
Yeah, because some internet article told me to go sugar-free. That's essentially the way I live my entire life based on what the internet tells me to do.
No, that's fantastic.
That's a good idea.
So was it a spoof last night, or did you guys recently celebrate your 250th show? I couldn't tell if you were making fun of us with our 200th show, or if that really was a celebration of 250 shows of Late Kick Josh.
Well, we really had 250. It was like a month ago. But the thing about me is I don't even celebrate my own birthday. I don't let people know what my birthday is. So the milestone stuff to me is not a big deal. So when we got to 250, I just told them, put the actual sentence, it is our 250th show on the monitor, go buy some balloons. inflate them halfway and throw them in my face, and we'll just have some fun with it. And that's exactly what the crew did. I don't let the crew be seen on camera because we love theater of the imagination. So I had them put a hood on, even though they were indoors. They just threw the balloons in my face, and happy 250, I guess.
Yeah. Happy 250.
We'll do the same thing. So I am to believe that Lincoln Riley was only playing with the third best roster anytime he was in the college football playoffs, and he can do better than that at USC. Is that what I should believe?
Yeah, I guess in theory, yeah, that's possible. Here's what got in their way. The thing about Lincoln Riley and the thing about talent acquisition in college football is even at 24/7, our folks on the rankings council would tell you, you have to understand how to interpret recruiting rankings. I'll give you an example. I could go out as Pate State University. I could get 25 five-star defensive players. I'd have the number one ranked recruiting class of all time. I would get drugged on the field on Saturdays because I couldn't score a point because I went and got whatever I got offensively. And with Lincoln Riley, they were great. I mean, they had multiple Heisman finalists, et cetera, at quarterback. But they didn't struggle to score points. They just couldn't stop molasses in December when it came to facing big-time teams in the playoff. I mean, Georgia hung half 100 on them. Alabama, 28-0 before they even got off the bus. And so it's the line of scrimmage. It's defensive football. It's defensive, not only player acquisition, but player evaluation. Because sometimes you look at those guys' offer lists and you say, did they beat out anyone? For a lot of defensive players, they had their moments. But that's one of those great unknowns. Like he brought Alex Drench with him, defensive coordinator, same one he had at Oklahoma to USC. And I always think the $1 million question anytime a coach who hasn't won it all yet goes somewhere else is, what did you learn about yourself? I had Cristobal on the show a couple of weeks ago, like a month ago, and I said, what is it you saw about your own self? How did you evaluate your own self at Oregon? What do you think you need to do better? I'd love to hear the same thing out of Lincoln Riley. I don't know that he'd give a straight answer, but I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, what did Lincoln Riley have to gain here? To me, it was so demeaning to the Oklahoma program that gave him the opportunity to become a head coach, to make these millions of dollars to go to USC. I just don't, and look, and I'm pulling for Lincoln Riley. I just don't understand what he had to gain there.
If you're asking me personally, I wouldn't view it as having much to gain. Maybe I prioritize different things than Lincoln Riley. Like I'm not someone, to be clear, who looks at the West Coast lifestyle and the lifestyle in Oklahoma and envies the West Coast lifestyle. That's nothing against those folks. I just love a different setting, I guess. So it's the same thing with a Lincoln Riley. And it's the same thing I just said a second ago. I don't know that you would get a straight answer out of him. I know you're going to get what they tell him to say or what he thinks needs to be put out there publicly. It could just be that he wanted access to more West Coast talent, even though he was kind of getting it already. He could have truly thought USC has a higher ceiling than Oklahoma. There, you know good and well, all of you know, there are a lot of folks in our neck of the woods that would say he didn't want to compete in the SEC. That's some sentiment that's come from Oklahoma as well since his departure. Is it sour grapes? Is it reality? I don't know that we'll ever truly get that truth serum injected answer out of him.
I'm dialed into a Cotton Bowl this year of Oklahoma and USC. That would be a lot of fun. Be a fun New Year's Six bowl game. We're seeing these new deals come out for NIL, and Quinn Ewers with his Aston Martin. We were talking about that earlier in the show. How good is Quinn Ewers? Do you know, Josh? Is Quinn Ewers a quarterback that can get Texas into the conversation of having a special season?
He's got the intangibles. Well, excuse me. He's got the tangibles. Actually, the intangibles are what we don't know about. That's always one of those boilerplate answers people give you, and you think it's either coach speak or it's just filler. It's word salad. But with him, I mean, what more could you say? You've got all the physical tools that you could ever want. I've listened to some of the evaluator types talk about how he's got generational this or generational that. And that's a word that gets thrown around too much, by the way. But point being, he's got elite A- to A+ tools top to bottom. But that's not the first time we've ever said that about a guy. And some of them have worked out and some of them haven't. But I will tell you what NIL does now that's different than it's ever done before. It used to be that if a guy had all world hype, but he came in and he didn't pan out, he was just a college kid who didn't pan out. And yeah, he's a footnote in history, but life goes on. What happens now if you treat a college kid who's never done anything like an NFL player, and they get endorsement deals and they get millions of dollars, and then they don't pan out? Because what I think's about to happen is, as much scrutiny as college players have lived under, I think the extremely focused and targeted scrutiny of the high-level NIL players is about to ramp up tenfold. Because I think in the subconscious of the college football public's mind, previously they were willing to treat college athletes differently than pro athletes. They're kids, they're pros. We understood there was a clear delineation. But now if I got a kid cashing 7-figure checks, driving an Aston Martin around Austin, Texas, before he's ever scored a touchdown here, if he doesn't score me enough touchdowns, I'm going to be a little more salty than I would have in a prior generation. And for the folks banging that NIL drum now, and they want a consequence-free environment with which to live in this perfect NIL utopia, understand that doesn't exist. So if you get that world you want, and you're claiming that this is all about players' rights, you fight that battle. That's all well and good. But understand there are consequences that come with that.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember when we would have discussions on the radio about whether or not fans should boo college kids. I can't believe they're booing the college quarterback. So it is a different world. Refresh my memory. You went on the tour of different games this past year with your show, Late Kick Josh. Did you go to the Red River Shootout? Were you there at Texas, Oklahoma? Did you go to that game?
Yeah, that was that day where everything went crazy. You know, I was talking to one of our producers last night. If you had a time portal, you could have been in Dallas for the noon Eastern time kickoff, and you would have seen a field storming. Then you could have gone to Iowa, Penn State, and seen the early afternoon field storming. And then you could have gone to A&M Bama that night and seen a late night field storming. So that day was like the perfect storm for college football. That was the first time I'd ever been to Red River. And I always thought growing up in Georgia, they were overhyping that thing a little bit. I think it was one of those rare occasions where everything lived up to the hype. It's one of the best environments I've ever been a part of.
Awesome.
We thought Scott Frost was going to be a really good fit at Nebraska. 4 years in, he's yet to get bowl eligible. You think they're going to be improved this year. How improved?
Well, so their Vegas over-under win total 7.5, which is noteworthy because they, like you said, they haven't made a bowl. They haven't been above 500 under Frost. Look, part of this is not necessarily me claiming that they're about to reinvent the wheel up there. Part of it's just they play a very, very manageable schedule. To give you an idea of how manageable, they got Oklahoma coming in there week 3. Outside of that, they may be favored in every game until week 8. They could go to Purdue in like week 7, be 5-1 or 6-0 if they pull one upset. And that upset over Oklahoma would not be a huge upset. They're only a 4-point dog, not 14. They're a 4-point dog at home in week 3. So part of it's that. The other part is they did understand status quo is not going to work around here. So we've got to totally overhaul via the transfer portal. And in this era, you can do it. So next to USC, Nebraska's been the most active team in the transfer portal. I think at last check, they had 16 or 17 kids that they had added, not the least of which is Casey Thompson at quarterback. And what I like about that is he's better than the guy they had in there, all due respect. But the second part is you're not counting on a true freshman or even a Quinn Ewers type who's never taken a snap. For better or for worse, Casey Thompson has played. Casey Thompson has started at Texas, no less. So he's played under the bright, white-hot spotlight. So at least if you go down this year, you go down swinging with better players than you had. But I'm like you. I didn't think there was a better puzzle piece fit in all of college football 4 or 5 years ago than Scott Frost going to Nebraska. And as it turns out, and this is just the way of college football, that UCF job's better than Nebraska now.
All right, he is Josh Pate. At Late Kick Josh is where you find him. You see him at 24/7 Sports. He's about to go eat his oatmeal. Thank you, Josh. Have a great day.
Reheat it.
Perfect outro. Appreciate it, guys.
See ya. Josh with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. If you want something perfect for Dad or for that special someone, if it's time to pop the question, our friends at Bromberg's are waiting to help you with that diamond.
Yes, Dunaway. They are your diamond specialist, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. They can also take care of you online. They've got got an online store right now. Go to Brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg.
So many players pass through the colleges we cover all the time. We had the passing of Robert Stewart yesterday. It actually happened on June 4th, but it was announced yesterday. Defensive lineman in Tuscaloosa at Alabama, recruited by Ray Perkins' staff. Played for Curry and Gene Stallings, actually was a permanent captain his final year there in Tuscaloosa, so his handprint and cleat marks are forever there at Denny Chimes. Dies at the age of 55. One of the nicest guys you were interviewed. One of those guys who always, looked a little older than he belonged in college. He was a mature guy, always had that infectious smile, and just a beast on the defensive line. Back when 308-pound defensive linemen were not as common as they are now, he was a beast there in the middle.
Yeah, and I think Mike Dubose was his position coach for a while.
I think you're right, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, so the passing of Robert Stewart there, one of the...
Man, it's crazy because Byron Holbrooks was on that defensive line. He's passed away.
Yeah.
Age 55, and our thoughts and prayers with him and his teammates from the days back in Tuscaloosa. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu, and a lot more college football discussion, including what Brown brought up to Josh there about Lincoln Riley, who says he never went into a college football playoff with anything better than the third best roster. You know what that does? Never gets you out of the semifinals unless you're a hell of a coach. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Little sweet. Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper.
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Rockstar's viewing menu every day, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, where you can get the Bryce Young piece, or you can get the National Championship one. If you're a Georgia fan listening over in Atlanta, he's got the Georgia National Championship painting.
Yeah, we've been talking NIL, and our friends at New Life Art, they have secured that NIL agreement with Bryce Young to autograph a limited number of Daniel Moore's latest creation, the Crimson Connection, celebrating the 2021 SEC Championship and Heisman Trophy, available as fine art, print, and canvas editions. They're going fast, so don't miss out. Order yours today. Go to danielmooreart.com or call 800-735-2787.
There's not much on tonight, but there's something opening tonight, and I'm sure the Lunsfords will go to this. Jurassic Park Dominion. Now, if I told you 3 years ago there's going to be a new Jurassic Park and a new Top Gun, which one do you think would have had the higher Rotten Tomatoes score?
I would have said 3 years ago would have been
I don't know.
Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Because, I want to see this Jurassic Park, but Lunsford told me I need to watch the one before to bridge it together.
And you got to follow the storyline. It's like the Brontosaurus. You don't want
the T-Rex, like he's got a new job.
Just saying. So me and Jack were going to watch it.
Or the pterodactyl, they got a little thing.
And I checked the Rotten Tomatoes because you said you only made it like 10 minutes into it, and it was like 55%. I was like, I just don't think I can do this.
Well, this one right now is currently sitting at 38%.
Okay,
and I'm going to read you some reviews. Some highlights. The film seems hell-bent on demonstrating just how out of gas it is.
We're determined to show you how out of date we are.
A shameful triumph of corporate greed. And this girl says, a talky dino boar. Near the beginning of the film, Laura Dern's character sees a small dinosaur and coos, this never gets old. She clearly hasn't seen Jurassic World Dominion.
Isn't there a scene where Chris Pratt's got a velociraptor on his back?
I wouldn't doubt it. Remember, he's riding motorcycles with them.
I'm not giving anything away. In the trailer, he makes a promise, I think, to a velociraptor, or maybe there's some dinosaur he makes a promise to get their child back.
Do they pinky shake?
No, the dinosaur is all PO'd because somebody came and took their child, and he says, I'm going to get it back. So it appears that's the premise of this movie, is that Chris Pratt's trying to get it back.
Yes, so I think I am out. I'm sure Lunsford will say that I am out.
I don't want to dog it out because we've got some in-studio guests. They're very excited about going to see this.
He's going to 4, by the way.
Yeah. Well, ABC News tweeted out a story today, and the headline of the story is, experts say most of the dinosaurs shown in this movie did not coexist.
Whoa.
In fact, they were separated by millions of years. What's more, they didn't even live in the same area. So ABC News is the bottom of this. This is pure fiction.
Okay.
You know what always got me about Jurassic Park? It's still, you do need to see the original. The original is really good. Why were there no cavemen?
That's another thing. Yeah, why were there no cavemen?
I mean, if Westworld was doing this, they would have the caveman with the dinosaur.
First season was so good.
I think a lot of people believe that it was the meteor killing the dinosaurs that allowed the cavemen to live.
Yeah, the caveman never really coexisted with the dinosaur.
Yeah, well, that's what a lot of people believe. Yeah, that big meteor that killed all the dinosaurs somehow spared all the cavemen, and the cavemen.
Unless you've seen the movie.
Loud bang.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Caveman with Ringo Starr and John Matuzak?
The only caveman I pay attention to.
Those dinosaurs get after them.
Well, Encino Man was the only one I knew.
Two cavemen that I like: Captain Caveman from the cartoons and Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer. Those are the only two cavemen I give any credence to.
Captain Caveman was good to have on your Laugh Olympics team, especially if you got into a baseball game.
It scares me.
Yeah.
Toby says, watching us on Twitch, thank you, Toby. Jurassic Park getting bad reviews kind of makes me sad, but still will go see it. A lot of people will just go see it, bad reviews or not. I was not here when Brown came back after seeing the greatest movie of all time. I know you raved about it.
I never
Top
said it was
Gun.
the greatest movie of all time.
I mean, it's getting rave reviews.
It is getting rave reviews.
It's a good, feel-good movie of the summer,
Yeah,
right?
a lot of people. I mean, it plays the hits, man. I mean, they know what people wanted to see. They want to see the obviously more of the flying. They show more flying than they did in the original one.
And you said Venus was incredible, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. When they get, I mean, I don't want to ruin it for you, Dunaway, but when they get to the other planets.
Yep.
No,
I mean
thought,
the cinema photography.
What was what was the name of the pilot?
Oh, Phoenix. I thought we were screwing with Dunaway.
Phoenix. Dunaway's seen it.
He's seen it too, man.
Have
he
you?
beat you to it.
Yeah.
But do you think Phoenix will be up for Academy Award?
Lance is PO that they let a female fly a
That's
plane.
not true. That's not true.
And
I know in our today's politically world, they had to have a female in this cast.
But her name is Phoenix.
Phoenix is her
Is it
call.
because she rises?
That's her call sign.
That's her call sign.
She rises.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other gentleman's club in the world, you can find a Phoenix.
That's what
Something
Rockstar
rises.
is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. We appreciate them being along with us. All right, this goes to the top of the hour, right? We're in
that is
segment.
it, Jim.
Yeah,
Correct.
6 more minutes.
I'm usually
Are you detoxing right now?
I'm usually in breakfast right now. Yes. Lincoln Riley's comments that Brown put into a question with Josh Pate was written about by Dennis Dodd, among others, as part of the morning rounds out there. And you seem to.
It bothers me.
You want to know why you even bring it up?
I'm with you.
Can you give me the exact quote?
Yeah, I can pull it up here in just a second.
Yeah,
but
so-
why does it bother you so much?
It bothers me because Lincoln Riley, we were all doing a show from Heatherwood. I'll never forget when Bob Stoops resigned and Lincoln Riley was given the opportunity at a very young age to take over a distinguished program. And he did a great job with it. But to now throw these guys under the bus, those guys that were on the team, so demeaning to them, so demeaning to that program. And look, I'm a Lincoln Riley fan. You gain nothing by doing this, though.
He had 2 or 3 comments about just why USC and the prestige of that, seeing the atmosphere and all that. But here's the quote that bothers you. Quote, I've walked into 4 playoffs, and I've never had better than maybe the 3rd best roster of 4 teams. Every other year, we were 4 of 4. We had really good rosters, but they weren't the same. I can't imagine that there could be a setting that we could build a better roster than we can here.
Well,
in other words, I built the best roster I can at Oklahoma. We were always 3rd or 4th best. He thinks he's got a chance to have better rosters at USC, that he was at his ceiling at Oklahoma.
But I'll be willing to do this. I'll give Lincoln Riley 5 full years to recruit and put him in a playoff with Alabama or Georgia and Ohio State, and he's still going to have the 3rd best roster.
And if Clemson makes it, maybe the 4th.
Maybe the 4th.
Well, look,
this
here's
is not
the
going to
thing.
change at USC.
What about personal accountability? He's the guy recruiting these guys.
There's no doubt. And coaching them.
And by the way, I don't think the roster was much different when they had a 17-point lead on Georgia in that Rose Bowl.
That's right.
And what about the personal accountability? You blew a 17-point lead. You had Baker Mayfield, the number 1 overall draft pick, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback.
Yeah,
they had Jake Fromm.
Yeah, I don't know that this is going to change a whole lot at Southern Cal. I mean, if you're playing Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia right now, your best hope is you've got an equal roster. I mean, that is your best hope. You're not going to have a better roster than those teams. Not the way Ryan Day, Nick Saban, and Kirby Smart recruit. You're just not. And your best hope is I can go in and it's even. I mean, how many games has Nick Saban coached where he's at a roster deficit since, say, 2009? He hasn't.
I would say zero.
Zero.
Yeah. Zero games.
There were games
maybe
where,
Clemson.
Well, there were games where LSU had maybe an equal roster.
I would never say they had an inferior roster.
No.
At worse, it was equal.
Right.
Yeah.
And guess what? As long as Nick Saban's doing this at Alabama, he's not going to coach in one. But in a way, Lincoln Riley kind of took a shot at himself. He basically said, "I'm going to have I can't make up the deficit in coaching. I got to have a good roster."
Goose says, and he's correct about this, Brian Kelly said the same thing in fewer words about Notre Dame. But with Notre Dame, it was the academic ceiling that was put on it, the restrictions of being in South Bend, that Brian Kelly's saying, listen, I did all I could do because of the restrictions put on me by Notre Dame. There were no restrictions at Oklahoma.
No, and I think it was more respectful the way Brian Kelly actually framed it.
Yeah. Yeah, this feels like I want to give my new girlfriend a compliment, but I can't do it without dogging out my old girlfriend.
Well, and here's the thing. Yeah, I think Lincoln Riley needs to leave Oklahoma in the rearview mirror, and anything he says about them needs to be in a positive light.
That's right.
You guys remember Bob Stoops kind of taking the shot at Lincoln Riley, and I just wonder how much animosity there is between Lincoln Riley and Oklahoma right now.
I don't have a good feel for this because I don't live in Oklahoma, but my guess is Oklahoma fans like Steve Sarkisian more than they like Lincoln Riley.
And he's the coach of Texas.
He's the coach of Texas.
Yes.
And that's saying a lot, but that'd be my guess right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's could be a good Cowan equipment poll question, but also I agree with you. I think they prefer Steve Sarkisian over Lincoln Riley right now. Here's another Lincoln Riley quote to Dennis Dodd, CBSSports.com. It's in the top reads this morning, nextroundlive.com. You saw games all over the country, but there was something about USC that was different. It felt different when you watched it. The energy behind it was different, talking about his love for USC. You do feel that a little bit, and I think what he is saying in a roundabout way without saying it, because he doesn't want to sound like, Jimbo Fisher or somebody, but because of NIL, he can do things at USC to recruit that he couldn't do at Oklahoma.
I get that.
Not money-wise, just by location. USC can give him a better roster than Norman, Oklahoma.
Yeah, just do it, though. You just don't have to take that dig at Oklahoma.
Yeah. Again, it's trying to compliment your new girlfriend, but you choose to dog out your old one in the process.
Yeah.
And there's a way, I don't have to, I don't have to dog out my old employer to talk about how much I like my new employer or my new job or whatever the case is, right? They don't have to always be in the same sentence. And it feels like Lincoln Riley, rather than just try to compliment how great I'm going to be able to recruit here at Southern Cal, you don't have to dog out Oklahoma to do it.
By the way, I know the expectation is Pac-12 championships and getting USC to their first ever college football playoff. But, boy, he set himself up now.
He really has.
He could be the Draymond Green of college football. A lot of people line up to boo that guy. We'll put out a Cowan Equipment poll question coming up in a little bit. Cowan Equipment bringing you all our poll questions over on the Twitter site at Next Round Live.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right, when we come back, an unbelievable picture from a former SEC quarterback that had Forrester's jaw on the ground last night. Plus, I ask you the question, what is Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia's roster problems? Brown just brought up how good the rosters are. What are those problems? Are there any in Columbus, Athens, and Tuscaloosa? That's part of the conversation when we continue in hour number 3 next on TNR.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the Ivy League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, true confession time to start hour number 3. I cheated on Sterling in Champy's Chicken.
Oh, Dunaway.
I was down at the beach, and I saw another tamale. And let me tell you, you got to appreciate what you have at home sometimes.
I've had, I went away from tamales for a long time. There's a really good Mexican restaurant that's got a good tamale.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not just saying this. Sterling has the best tamales I've ever had.
I took a bite of that first tamale, and I thought to myself, boy, I've got it really good at home. That tamale at home has been loyal to me and is so, so good.
You know what? Every time you bring them up, though, you know what it reminds me of?
What?
This is a sad story. My dad asked me, he was like, because he used to listen to the show. He said, will you bring me some of those Champy's tamales?
Man, come on, man.
And I was like, and I talked to Reed about this. I was like, man, I don't want to drive all the way to Alabaster, then drive all the way to Trustful.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'll get you some. I mean, I was waiting for Sterling to bring some more up here, and then I was going to.
And you never did?
He never got to have a Champy's tamale.
Lance, why are you doing this?
I'm just saying.
Anyway, go to Champy's, everybody.
This has become the hardest commercial
Here's
now.
my point.
My
Don't
God.
miss out. If you haven't had one, life is short.
Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 at Alabaster, home of the Mississippi Delta tamale. Sterling, I tell you, man. It changes life and makes you appreciate it home. Also good other things, too, like Champy's Chicken and everything else on the menu at champyschicken.com right there on Highway 119.
Hit that ejector seat, man.
In Alabaster.
Yep.
Go ahead, Goose.
I'm just saying, seriously, you got to, enjoy your day. And if you've been thinking about it, don't procrastinate.
Yeah.
Go get you some tamales.
I think it's a good lesson you're giving us right there.
I wonder if we all remember where we were on this day in 1985, just now from ESPN Stats and Info with a picture in the locker room of Magic and the folks celebrating. On this day in 1985, the Lakers beat the Celtics in Game 6 to win the NBA Finals for the first time ever against Boston. L.A. had lost the first 8 finals series all times against the Celtics.
I bet Lance remembers where he was.
Do you remember where you were in 1985 when this happened?
Yeah, I was at my house in Forestbrook.
It was a road game at the Garden, right?
Yeah, I think it was a road game at the Garden.
Yep. Was it an afternoon game by chance?
And you know what's interesting is the very next year, the Lakers lost to Houston in the Western Conference Finals, and Houston played Boston. And then the next year, 87, the Lakers bounced back and won another championship.
Was 85, was that the year of the Memorial Day Massacre? Do you remember that game? I think that was the same series, right?
I don't know.
I think that was game 1. Let me look it up. What was that, like 150 to 100 or something like that? I mean, it was great. No, I'm serious.
Don't know we had the under.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, if I remember right, that was, or do they call it the Memorial Day Massacre? I thought it was played on Memorial Day. That's back when the finals, I think, were a touch earlier, and that game was actually played on Memorial Day.
It does seem like they used to be a little early before it got midsummer with these things. Last night, Celtics take a 2-1 lead. This time, not over the Lakers, but over the modern-day Lakers, the Golden State Warriors. Despite a great game from the Splash Brothers, Steph had 31 and Clay had 25. The Celtics win at 116-100. They lead the series 2-1 now. Game 4 coming up Friday night. Steph Curry's ankle is something we're keeping an eye on right now. And our friends at Precision Sports and their version of Precision Sports trying to get Steph back in the game for Friday night coming up for Game 4. The LIV event is underway. Who's in the lead?
Don't ask me that.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that leaderboard. You tell me who's in the lead. It's P.KWM.
Yeah, but he's got like a skull and crossbones logo.
Well, that's his team
That's
logo.
his team. We
That's
went to
his
the team
logo.
logos. Have you seen the team logos?
No, one of them looks like bad Syracuse and rip off South Carolina.
Now, you are a sucker to buy merchandise from everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think you would buy any of this merchandise.
I will not. How many different teams are there, Brown?
There are, what is it?
I think
12?
12.
Yeah, because
12
there's 48
teams?
players, so 12 four-man teams.
Well,
now, and a lot of people are asking why they do that.
I would say Team Syracuse is doing well right now. They've got
at the
three.
top, aren't
They've
they?
got 3 of the top 5.
Yep. A lot of people ask why are they doing teams.
There they are.
And that is an effort, as Forrester is showing us the teams, that is an effort to keep everybody engaged the entire tournament, Dunaway. So basically, if I'm 48th, I've still got something to play for because the pot for the teams is $5 million. Now, you're going to make $120,000 just finishing dead last. You're going to make $120,000. But if you can somehow be on the winning team, it's going to be $120,000 plus, maybe another $500,000 or something like that.
Okay.
I don't know how the payout's going to work.
I'm looking at the logos for the first time. Just a initial impression. Okay.
Yep.
They have ripped off these logos from minor league baseball and hockey, minor league hockey, all over across the country.
Slow pitch softball. Fireballs looks like a slow pitch softball team.
Fireballs is a minor league baseball ripoff.
That's Sergio.
Yep.
High Flyers is Phil. It looks like the Mets logo reworked.
Smash GC looks like a bat with a scrunchie on it around the handle. The C and a hockey stick is what it looks like to me from this distance, but I know it's a golf club.
By the way, that's they are selling this. They're selling this merch at the tournament today. I saw that earlier on Twitter.
Do the teams stay the same, or they switch every week? Well, how would I have?
No, they stay the same.
So he will be. Phil will be on that orange and blue one forever.
I believe that is correct.
So
yes,
once
if I'm
they
not mistaken.
drafted, who had the first draft pick?
Graham McDowell.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
so
now
those guys stay together.
No. I think that'll change. And I know again,
different
this is all
teams
new
each
dollars.
tournament, right?
Yeah, but I think the captains remain the same. So I think Phil will always be the High Flyers captain, if I'm not mistaken. Now I could be wrong about this.
Now listen, I'm the wrong person to talk to about this whole deal. I only care about the majors.
Well, there are no majors on this tour, Jeff.
No, but I only care.
Come back over here.
I only care about the Masters, the U.S. Open, the Open, and the PGA Championship.
Yeah.
Everything else you can have.
Yeah. I don't care. Can I make a point though? And this is pretty crazy. This shows you the money that's involved here.
I didn't know they had pine trees in London. This is freaking me out that they're not playing on a links course.
This is Dustin Johnson just hit it in another county.
Do they have out of bounds in this?
Yes, they do. And he's about to reload, as you can see. The crazy thing about the money here is if a caddy gets 10% of winnings, which is pretty standard, the caddy at this event. And by the way,
I bet that's adjusted.
Oh, I don't know. It's been pretty standard over the years.
Of course, if I'm a caddy, I'm saying, look, if I'm going to get blamed for blood money
That's
too,
right.
I want my
That's
gut.
right. If the caddy gets 10%, which is pretty standard for a win, the caddy this week will make what the guy that finishes fourth at the RBC Canadian Open makes.
The golfer himself.
The golfer himself at the RBC Canadian Open that finishes fourth. That's what the caddy will make in this event for the winning bag.
See, the caddy can kind of be anonymous.
Pretty much.
I mean, sometimes.
Yeah.
Would you be a caddy on this tour right now? Leave us for the summer?
I've never caddied. You're asking me what did they say?
Hypothetical
You're asking me
question.
hypotheticals. I'm not going to answer.
I mean, it sounded like two Nick Sabans up
really
there, right?
did.
I mean, Phil's got a black driver head, a black shaft now. I mean, he's just all blacked out, man.
Well, he's taking on the villain role.
He's so
I
evil.
perked up for a second.
It's a bigger driver. The thing about Phil this morning too is he showed up to the first tee wearing that black pullover, and it's an Augusta National pullover. It's got the Augusta National logo on it.
And now it's colored out.
No. He had colored it out, and now he's changed pullovers.
Yeah.
Phil's acting weird.
I thought he
man.
put a piece of black electric tape
Yeah, that's
over
what I
it.
thought too.
He's changed pullovers. Phil's acting really weird. I don't know what's going on.
You think
with him.
somebody called him from Augusta National?
I really don't know. I don't know what could have happened there.
You better take that shirt off.
I mean, they have not really voiced their stance on this whole deal. They don't have to.
He might have a bomb jacket on right now.
Yeah, maybe playing with Kevlar.
Yeah, you say one wrong thing, we're going to blow you up on the course.
But that's crazy how much money, and they're taking care of the caddies. The caddies normally, like on the PGA Tour, they're on their own. They pay their own travel, they pay their own housing, all of that. Here, the LIV Golf people are like, we'll take care of the caddies. They paid their travel, they paid everything. So it's actually pretty good to be a caddy on this tour.
All right. A lot to get to in the final hour of the show, including Buster Olney and local author Zoe Tenner, who will be with us all in the final hour of the show. Back to college football after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Wayne's. Right now, this is the best offer ever from our friends at Wayne's.
It is, Jimmy D. Listen about the smart pest at Wayne's. So let's just imagine for a moment you've got a rodent outbreak in your house. What are you going to do about it? Well, you've waited too late for one thing. What Smart Pest does is they set up a monitoring service, 24/7 rodent monitoring. As soon as they spot one, it proactively communicates to Wayne's. Wayne's comes out, exterminates it, takes care of it. So you never have a rodent issue because of Wayne's. And Smart Pest is a great deal right now because we're helping you save. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR for the next round and get $100 off your first month of Smart Pass, your initial service there. $100 off when you use the code TNR for the next round at 866-WAYNES-1. That initial Smart Pass service costs you $100 less with the code TNR. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, and the code TNR.
Okay, listen, I follow Scott Forrester, who is the video director up here, on Twitter, and last night something made his jaw drop on social media, so I had to click and see what he was talking about, and it's this picture of Tim Couch now. Tim Couch, this is the way former first overall pick Tim Couch looks.
He's at the gym?
He didn't look that good when he played, did he?
Lord, no. That's massive
Wasn't
for a
that cut up,
quarterback.
was he?
No.
Yeah, he's also hit the needle a little bit, it looks like.
Oh, LT. That's quite the...
You wouldn't put him in the Baseball Hall of Fame?
He's way too jacked.
How old is Tim Couch?
Tim Couch he was drafted number 1 overall in 1999.
Younger than Tom Brady.
So put on 20 years. He's in his 40s. I mean, he's probably 43.
Tim
44.
Couch is 44.
So a year younger than Brady? Is that about right? Is Brady 45?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
I'm just saying he's too vascular.
So that's
People say that about me all the time. Yeah. Like a Snickers bar.
I'm just saying his nuts in Kentucky and his nuts now are different sizes. That's all I'm saying.
I wonder what he's doing now, other than hitting the gym. Obviously, I wonder what he's doing now.
One time, didn't he run for? It was Heath Schuler.
Heath Schuler served, and there was a Tim Couch that served in Kentucky, but it's a different dude.
Who posts this picture of themselves?
Tim Couch. Yeah,
Dunaway would if he looked like that.
If I look like that, I'd do the show without a shirt on forever.
In perpetuity.
Yes,
forever. That'd be fun.
Yeah, if you could
hear
somehow
hear your nipples would be hard.
They would be.
Yes.
They are right now. You just can't see them. No. I'd go shirtless if I looked like that. Absolutely. I don't blame him. All right, let's get back to the college football question at hand, and it's our Baumhauer Spotlight. More on Baumhauers in a second. You brought up the rosters of Alabama. You brought up the rosters of Ohio State and Georgia. Off of Lincoln Riley's comments about him wanting to have a better roster when he enters the college football playoff again. Hard to chase those three down. Is there a problem on those three rosters going into 2022? Are we overlooking? Because everyone pencils in Alabama, Ohio State, and then you sort of loosely throw in Georgia as the three best rosters in college football. Is there a problem with those rosters?
I think Alabama fans would like to have a little more certainty with their offensive line. Yeah. I mean, I think Alabama fans look at maybe some of those names that they've recruited. I mean, let's call it like it is, the twins out of Texas. I think you thought that they could come in and almost make an immediate impact, and you haven't seen that as much. So I think if Alabama on their roster was a little more proven at offensive line, I think they would.
But offensive line seems to be a huge problem. If that is,
it was a bad problem last year.
If that is the weak spot of your roster, and we've got everybody penciling Alabama in at number one, if the weak spot on your roster is the offensive line, that doesn't seem to add up to me.
No, but I don't know if it is. I think it might be wide receiver.
Well, you say that, but you've got a proven SEC wide receiver. I mean, he hasn't led the SEC by any stretch of imagination, but he's also not playing a great passing offense.
I mean, look, the good news is you've got an elite quarterback. But Jermaine Burton is good, but he's not what we have seen for the last decade.
He's not. But do you think Jermaine Burton is better at receiver, more proven at receiver, than any Alabama offensive lineman has proven at his spot?
Probably so.
Yeah.
And last year, Bryce Young was able to cover up how bad that offensive line was. What was it, 102nd in sacks allowed?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were...
Something like that.
Only a handful of teams were worse at protecting the quarterback. And yet the quarterback still won the Heisman Trophy, getting sacked that many
amazing.
times. That doesn't add up. So that is a problem. Is there one at Ohio State?
Alabama was 120, by the way, in sacks allowed. There's only 130
even worse.
teams. Yeah, only 130 teams.
I get numbers. I'm dyslexic when I get into triple digits.
Look, I think the overall question about Ohio State is going to be on the defensive side of the ball. That's where they've had to make the coaching change, and they went and got Knowles from Ohio State, who was Oklahoma State was fantastic last year for them. Is it a roster problem, or was it a Kerry Coombs coaching problem defensively for Ohio State? That's a question we don't know.
Yeah, I doubt it was a roster problem.
You wouldn't think so.
I'll be asking those of you that are willing to vote, our viewers and listeners, in our 40 and 40 countdown here in the next few days to list your top 40 teams in college football. These guys will do it as well. Will you have a strong debate between Alabama and Ohio State at number one? Like, is there potential for Ohio State to be your number one team?
There is a potential.
Yeah. Brown?
I mean, yeah. I would put Alabama number one, but I might have Ohio State number two.
I feel really confident Ohio State's offense is better, but I know Alabama's defense is better.
Now factor Georgia into the conversation. Georgia loses a lot, but now we are doing with Kirby coming off a national championship what we learned to do with Nick Saban in Alabama. We just assume they've been recruiting so good that they're not going to miss anything.
Well,
is that a fair assumption?
I mean, that is a lot they lost. That's an excessive amount.
I mean, even 15 guys to the NFL.
Even by Alabama terms.
Even by Alabama terms, that was a lot for Alabama to recover from that 1 year they lost. What was it, 13?
Yeah.
Is that how many they lost?
But we've seen Alabama restock and have no problems before. We've never seen the attrition like this at Georgia.
Yeah, it's been tough. So, I mean, I would immediately, I think, maybe uneducated, but immediately I would say receiver. I mean, if you're a Georgia fan, you'd like to see a little better receiver roster, I think.
I mean, you didn't really see a great receiver roster last year. Brock Bowers was elite, but
he's tight end. Yeah. I mean, he plays like a receiver.
Yeah, and
but
they've
he's a
got
tight
elite
end.
tight ends.
Oh, their tight ends are
Multiple tight
loaded.
ends.
We just did that while you were going 24/7 to their best position groups in America. Their number one was Georgia tight ends.
Yeah.
With Bowers, Eric Gilbert. I mean,
Washington.
They're deep, man. Yeah. So, I mean, I would say probably wide receiver. I mean, there's just certain positions like we were talking about Ohio State. They put defensive backs in the NFL just year after year. I'm always going to trust Ohio State's got good defensive backs. I'm always going to trust Georgia's got good running backs. Give me a time in your life when Georgia hasn't had good running backs.
I thought you were about to say defensive backs, and I was like, whoa, I think that's one of their weak spots.
It may be. No. It was last year.
I mean, Alabama, when Williams and Mechie were healthy, they were running circles around the Georgia
the SEC
secondary,
championship game, the Georgia secondary was lost.
And that's with that great front seven that was getting after Bryce Young up there. Interesting with those three rosters, what Brown was alluding to when Lincoln Riley was trying to build his roster in USC. That's who you want it to look like. And there are some holes there in the best three rosters in college football. If you're interested in voting in our 40 and 40 countdown this year and you have not DM'd me before, please do so at Jim Dunaway or at Next Round Live. Hit us a DM and send me your information there and let me know you're willing to be one of our 60 or so voters there online, and we'll do our fan vote and count down the 40 best teams in college football to the kickoff like we do every year. Don't forget July 18th through the 21st. We're over in Atlanta for the SEC Media Days. That is getting here fast and fast. All right, regional start tomorrow. Auburn and Oregon State, part of it. Tennessee is one of 5 SEC teams with Auburn that is still alive. One of the neat things yesterday from Notre Dame, who is in Knoxville to play Tennessee, left fielder Ryan Cole he says in an interview, it's been retweeted by everybody who was at the news conference, I'd be a little scared talking about Tennessee. We're a dangerous team. I'd be a little scared. We're a dangerous team. Do you like him doing that? Do you think he's trying to play mind games with Tennessee or trying to walk in with a little swagger if you're Notre Dame?
I think you got nothing to lose if you're Notre Dame. I mean, nobody expects you to go to Knoxville and win 2 out of 3.
Nobody.
So, yeah, I don't have a problem with this.
Their home record, by the way, this year, 37-3 in Knoxville is Tennessee. It's a beast of a team.
I mean, again, I don't know who's going to beat this team. You're going to have to beat them twice.
Yeah.
Not when you get Omaha, not necessarily the same team has to beat them twice, but they're going to have to lose twice for this season to be over. I just don't know how that's going to happen.
Brown found the live odds. I don't know if you've seen this done away, but they are plus 130 now to win the whole thing.
It's hard to imagine them losing 2 of 3 this week and not getting there to the College World Series and then losing a couple of games when they're out there. They just don't lose back-to-back games.
They don't. I mean, again, they're going to have to lose twice now to lose this thing, and I just don't see how that's going to happen. But plus 160 at FanDuel today, Lance, so I guess it's ticked up just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
But Stanford is the next closest at plus 500. I just, it's going to be hard to see. You mentioned Auburn. They did change the start time if people missed that for the Saturday game. Game 1 Saturday is now at 9 o'clock Central. Still late, but at 9 instead of 9:30 on ESPN2.
Yeah, 30 minutes earlier, but still playing out in Corvallis. Very close Auburn was to hosting. If Vandy could have held on and pulled off that upset at the end, really good series out there. Oregon State's a beast, but Auburn's got a chance with their pitching. That'll be really, really exciting. All right. When we come back, we've got trash queued up and ready to go. Does Phil usually play with sunglasses on?
He has recently, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I just thought that was part of the character he's playing out there.
It doesn't appear to, sunglasses don't appear to be needed today, but he's still wearing them. Yeah.
What was the alternate character for Garth Brooks? What was that?
Chris Gaines.
Seems like he's taking on a Chris Gaines-like attitude in this thing.
Yeah.
He's trying to be not Phil Mickelson.
Yeah. We did not get any Chris Gaines last weekend, right?
And that's a shame. That's a damn shame. You should have opened for him.
Yeah, it was a great show. I know you guys talked about it.
Yeah, we did get some Bradley Cooper in the shower.
Yeah. I was right when I was in the bathroom. My last bathroom trip was during Shallow.
How many did
Lucky
you take?
You.
It was a 3-hour concert.
We had a lot of viewers and listeners on my row, so I wanted to buy them all a beer.
Yeah.
So I went during that part of the show to get beer and realized very quickly they only sell you 2 at a time. So
I'm going to turn my hat backwards on this one.
Isn't this when you say, hey, I want to buy you guys a beer? A couple of you guys come with me.
No, I didn't realize I could only get 2 at a time. Luckily, there were 3 ladies, 58 to 68, that are not drinkers, and they were coming back from the bathroom, and I had them stand beside me while I bought.
Was their age necessary in the story, 58 to 68?
I'm going to assume Maggie just stayed at her seat.
She was in her seat. But yeah, I got those ladies were nice enough to hold 2 Bud Lights each while I was able to buy a total of 8. Take them back to the row of next round listeners.
Nice.
$10 a pop. That was you asked that question on.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, $10.
That's actually not bad.
A little $80 trip for you right there.
Not bad at all. But thank you guys for listening and watching the show. And what a great show it was. Garth Brooks at Protective last weekend. Rockstar is up next with LT and Trash. Stay with us. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go get a nice lunch today, dinner, or take home for any. To go order a business meeting, you can get it at champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, Sean Alexander, the great Alabama running back, on Good Morning Football replay right now on the NFL Network. It's an interesting question. Is the running back position overlooked in today's NFL? Quick answer, Brown.
It's a deep question. I mean, I'm not going to say it's overlooked because Derrick Henry is an MVP level player, but it just seems like you can get by without a Derrick Henry.
Well, I'll give you a couple of things. Without Derrick Henry, Tennessee doesn't get the number one overall seed.
That's right.
But you guys remember we were at SEC Media Days. Cam Akers blows his ACL, and I thought the season was over.
Won the Super Bowl. Yeah, so, I mean, and you guys won the Super Bowl with, help me remember, your running backs were...
Henderson and...
Yeah, Darrell Henderson. Now, Cam Akers came back.
Yeah.
Sony
and he
Michel.
actually played well.
And
Sony
Michel.
Michel, yeah, who's now a Dolphin, yeah.
Sean, part of the Madden release that is coming up, is he the only person that's ever been on the cover of college football and Madden? He's on both. The pictures are behind him there.
Larry Fitzgerald was on both.
Yeah.
I think. Was he not?
Yeah, I think there's a small handful. I think we've had this before.
I don't need you to come in and act like that was a dumbass statement on my part.
When I have a sports fact, I got to throw it out there. I have to.
That is Rockstar from our Hydro Live therapy camera back there behind the big glass. Trash is coming up in just a second, but first tell us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212, cap it, don't snap it. I saw in the chat room, look, you get on the roof, you fall, you snap the neck and die, and you haven't gotten a tamale from Sterling. you never know what you're risking. Just don't risk getting on the roof, though. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price. GutterCapBirmingham.com or call Chris Stewart, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it.
All right, so Josh Pate has now taken a clip out of our show of me just asking to see his back seat and him showing it, and now it's on the internet forever.
Yep, I'm retweeting it.
It's out of context.
It is.
It's out of
Well, he
context.
says it's out of context. Yeah. He says out of context at Next Round Live.
Now I'm going to be the guy who asked Nick Saban about NIL, the Texas A&M rant, and the guy who asked Josh Pate to see his back seat.
No, I think more viral
You
if
got
we
range,
wanted,
man.
if we wanted to send the Montana Fouts out, you asking about the back seat.
It's a legitimate question. She had camo interior.
Yeah, but you could have been like, "Hey, can we see the camo interior a little bit?"
Yeah.
I didn't know it was in the front seat. I could only see the back seat. I thought it was a fair question. I'm glad it has spawned this hilarity over on the internet. Brown now chiming in with hilarious.
It
on
was
the retweet.
hilarious. I laughed.
All right, let's get to something hopefully more hilarious. It's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Here's your clue. It's the only Pac-12 school that does not contain the name of a state. What is Auburn? Oh no, Pac-12 Stanford.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Back with the, oh no.
You guys laugh when Auburn joins the Pac-12 in this realignment.
That would be interesting.
Oh no.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs. You don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. Have you guys ever been to the Lucky Bastard Saloon in Nashville?
Let me think. No.
I don't know.
Did we go that night? We went to Pretty Little, what was it called? Pretty Little Lies? What was the name of the place?
Was that the one in the little alley?
Yeah.
I did not like that place.
Well, which one? Was that the thumping place or the country bar?
I didn't like either one.
There was a country bar.
Okay. We went next door to one that was sort of a...
I didn't like that one either.
It was thumping little...
I don't think we went to the Lucky Bastard, but Nashville police responded to a call about a naked woman in the elevator at the Lucky Bastard Saloon late Saturday night. They found 31-year-old Olivia Clark. You can check her out right there. Without any pants. She reeked of alcohol and was unsure what happened to her pants, who she was with, or where she was actually staying. She was then transported to booking and charged with public intox.
I think I'm going with pigtails tonight. All right, Olivia, I got
pigtails and no pants.
Yeah, no pantalones.
When you reek of alcohol, you've probably had a few too many.
She was not upset. She was just pantless.
Pantless and confused.
Aren't we all?
From that to this, a trespassing suspect with his, quote, pants opened and junk exposed explained to Florida police that he was doing a chant and was cleansing himself spiritually when he was discovered at 2:15 a.m. on the premises of a closed Mexican restaurant.
Is this the guy, Rockstar?
This is the guy.
Boy, he's holding on to that hairline in the front, buddy.
Oh, my gosh. He looks just like...
you're going to have to give that up.
Oh, he looks just like the outfielder for the Giants.
Worth.
No.
No, he looks like Josh Turner.
No.
Yeah, for your Dodgers.
No.
He looks like the guy I saw pantsless in the Mexican restaurant the other night.
100 Pence?
100 Pence. That's 100 Pence.
100 Pence got a little crazier look to him even than this guy.
But look, can he be charged? I mean, religious freedom? He was doing a religious...
cops say that Kenneth Gray,
point,
pictured
Jim.
right there, a.k.a. Hunter Pence, with a fading glory, kind of like Justin Turner, tripped a silent alarm after jumping a fence early on Monday at the Red Mesa Cantina in St. Petersburg. When officers arrived at the restaurant, Gray was seated inside a fence area near the outdoor bar with his pants open and his junk exposed. He was detained and charged with loitering and prowling. After being read his rights, that's when he acknowledged trespassing and told police he was doing a chant, cleansing himself spiritually.
And I had the lyrics written on my penis.
What?
He had himself exposed.
Yeah,
had a reason for that.
Short song.
I told you guys when
the chorus, okay?
My older brother Shane graduated from the police academy, Birmingham Police Academy, way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
That
was the guy that did all the sound effects. Was he in the class with?
I don't think
Winslow.
Yeah, Winslow. Can you do any of Winslow?
I can't when I'm sick, but he does a helicopter.
Yeah,
I can't when I'm sick.
Steve Gutenberg's still the most awkward interview we've ever had.
He's going to do some lawn trimmings for his parents.
Yeah. Anyway, when Shane graduated from the police academy, the badge number that was available was 666. And the guy that was giving it to him, I've told this story before, said, "I'm sure you don't want this, but this is the next number available." And of course, Shane snatched it up. And for his police career, about a decade, he wore badge number 666. Now we come to this story. Eric Wada, he's a former Cincinnati police officer. He was fired in April for what was considered an inappropriate tattoo. He has pure across one hand, you see there, and then evil across the other.
And he's a police officer?
Yeah.
That does seem conflicting.
Police department policy prohibits tattoos on the face, neck, head, and hands. Having pure evil spelled out across your fist is probably not a good idea. Anyway, Weta got the ink back in December, was reassigned to work the impound lot to limit his public exposure, and then he was fired 4 months later.
Just pure tattoo etiquette here. Is it better if I'm spelling something out to have it like that? Or would I want it like this?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I would do neither.
Or would I want them like,
so you can
like
hold your hands
this,
sideways,
so I could do this?
Yeah.
I will just tell you, if you're serving and protecting me, I don't want you having pure evil on your
I don't
hands.
either. And
But if he's protecting me...
No, it seems like a clear policy. The
He's
policy
protecting you from pure evil.
Policy said, Jim, he can't have hand tattoos.
Now, he said the words pure evil should not be observed as one message. He explained the words pure and evil are separate from each other, and the words themselves have separate meanings, although they're in the same font.
Yeah, same font.
Same hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, but see, he walks up to a guy like this, and he's got his gun here with the pure hand, but
and the evil
I got the evil hand over here. It's like, but if I'll let you go if you pay me out here. Still pure and evil hand. The bribes go to the evil hand.
Right. The guns are the
badge
pure
is
hand.
in the pure hand.
Boy, that's
it is.
I don't like that.
Listen, I understand you got me drawn down with the pure hand. If I put a 10,000 in the evil hand. Can I get away?
Do you think it was, hey, Bob, you need to tell Eric he's terminated? Nope. You get Charles to do it. I'm not doing it. Jimmy's doing it.
That's right.
What if it turns out he just lost a bracket challenge?
That's a tough payoff.
Precinct 32 bracket challenge loser gets a pure evil tattoo on their hands.
Hey, wonder if I'm on the train with that guy.
I'd befriend him quick.
I'm going to walk to a different cart. I just did something I don't think could be done again.
It's pretty tough.
Yeah.
He threw his trash and he landed it on the camera apparatus.
But I think it hit the camera and then went to the backup.
It was a bank shot. There's no doubt.
I do wish we had instant replay.
This is a weird story. The Missouri Court of Appeals has affirmed that an insurance company must pay a $5.2 million settlement granted to a Jackson County woman who claimed she unwittingly caught a STD from her former romantic partner in his car.
Wow.
Just try to keep up. In an opinion issued on Tuesday, a 3-judge panel found the judgment entered against Geico. Earlier arbitration proceedings was valid. Now, the insurance company sought to undo the action, claiming errors were made in the Jackson County Circuit Court, and the settlement agreement was not done in line with Missouri law. Now, according to the court papers, the woman identified in court records only as M.O. notified Geico in February of 2021 of her intention to seek monetary damages, alleging she contacted HPV from an insured member in his automobile. She contended the man caused her to be infected with the STD despite being aware of his condition and the risk of unprotected sex. Insurance company declined the settlement, sending the case to arbitration in May 2021. The arbitrator found that the man and woman had sex inside the vehicle. They, quote, directly caused or directly contributed to the case of the HPV infection. Man was found liable for not disclosing his infection status, and the woman was rewarded $5.2 million to be paid by Geico. So basically, because it was a vehicle that was insured by Geico.
But her coming home thinking, like, what could I do?
Really?
Or talk to a friend, like, is ask him if his car's insured. Why? Just go with me on this.
And she won it?
Yeah, $5 million.
When Lance was reading the story, all I could envision was the little gecko pleading before the court. He was the one that was...
You have to throw this out.
He was the one that was representing Geico in the court.
Do you know what kind of precedent we're setting with this?
It's pretty tough, yeah.
There's no way does that get appealed? It's got to get appealed, right? Don't put me on the jury. I'm going to say sorry.
I was also imagining, like, one day in history class, okay, kids, we got Marbury versus Madison, Brown versus the Board of Education, and Susan Thompson versus Geico. Which one do you guys want to talk about?
The HPV Geico.
Yeah. Well, but so probably moving forward in your insurance policy, it's going to say does not cover sexually transmitted diseases.
It could, yeah.
After this,
and then you're not going to ticket like, well, that's never going to happen. I'm not going to have that coverage
because you don't read it anyway. You just go accept.
Sweetie, what's our deductible on the STDs?
So I got some fun animal facts for you guys.
All right.
Female dragonflies will fake being dead in order to stop unwanted male advances.
Maggie does the same thing.
It doesn't stop some.
Was she playing possum at the beach?
No, I've told you the story about my buddy that came across a dead deer during rut.
Yeah.
And he saw another male deer standing at the side of the road just waiting for traffic to clear. And he's like, that deer's going to get killed. So he doubled back. He said, before I could even get back, that other deer had already been hit. He was giving in to the old temptation, Lance.
Yeah. Another fun animal fact, sloths are literally too lazy to go looking for a mate, so a female sloth will often sit in a tree and scream until a male hears her and decides to mate with her.
I wonder what the scream sounds like.
But somewhere the male sloths over there debating, do I really want to walk all the way over there?
Is that Karen screaming?
That's 6 feet away. Hell no.
Another animal fact, vultures urinate on their legs and feet to cool off on hot days, a process called urohydrosis. They wouldn't have to worry about that in here.
Vultures are the filthiest beings.
In here it turned to pissicles.
Oh, yeah, it would be pissicles. I'm about to go get that blanket right now. It gets colder as the day goes on.
I've warmed up as the show has started. My adrenaline's pumping right now.
You probably still have alcohol in your blood.
I'm glad to be back. Yes, I'm almost sober.
And our final animal fact here, whale milk is so fatty that it has the consistency of toothpaste. This enables blue whales' calves to grow at the rate of approximately 10 pounds per hour.
Can you imagine that baby whale on the teat?
Just getting that last
Toothpaste.
bit out.
How much to drink some of that right now?
Whale milk?
Yeah.
$15.
I'll wipe off a steak. But nothing for you actually acquiring it. That's the hard part.
Yeah, milking that whale.
All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by...
Oh, boy, that would be an explosion. Our friends at Mortgage Right. We all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right, ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence with no money down. Take advantage of the home buying benefit by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Some people it's USC, some people it's Utah, some people it may be NC State. I'll ask these guys to come up in the break. Which team are they most out on a limb on for the upcoming 2022 college football season? In other words, like when you do your 40 and 40 rankings, which biggest team are you gambling on to be the highest ranked? Some people it's Utah. Some people it's NC State. I want to know which biggest out on the limb team you're on this year, in your opinion. I'd love to see yours in the chat room. Also on Twitter at Next Round Live when we come back on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Next Round Live is where you find us on Twitter, and we appreciate you watching us on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook and Twitter, following us on Instagram, also getting the audio on Spotify, Odyssey, live on TuneIn Radio, Apple Podcasts, and of course Alexa and several other platforms. Remember just to search The Next Round. Everything's a free download. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. We're about to do our Baumhauer Spotlight. Which team are you most out on the limb on in college football this year? Which team do you have higher maybe than anybody else in America will have them? And I'll get the answers from LT Brownie and myself after LT tells us about Baumhauer's.
Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop into one of those great locations and enjoy the Inflation Sucks menu. Try the delicious fried Wickles, $6.99, tailgate burger, $7.99, the barbecue Yardbird, $9.99, and more. Go easy on your wallet. Try the Inflation Sucks menu today at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, LT, start us off, man. Give me an not out of the box, but one that you're out on the limb the most. Maybe you're trumpeting more than anybody else in America.
Well, you know, I was trying to draw my logo here, and so I'm going to have to half-ass it now because I thought you were going to start with Brown, but that's fine.
You start with me. I'm ready.
Okay,
well,
let's go.
I came prepared.
So you can draw more. Let's go to the other side.
No, I'm done. Don't worry about it. Here we go. The Utah Utes. It would have been better. I'm telling you, it would have been better. So I was on this team. I don't know if you guys remember starting 2020. I said they were going to make their first ever college football appearance, football playoff appearance. And they had a one-game situation against Oregon. They lost that night. They would have been in the college football playoff. Last year, they win 10 games. They go to a Rose Bowl. Tavion Thomas is back at running back. Cameron Rising is a better quarterback than they had with Tyler Huntley. He was a really good quarterback. This team is going to be really, really good. They're playing in a conference where it's not going to be hard to navigate. They have a really difficult out-of-conference game to start the season against Florida. If they can win that, it gives them some credibility with the coaches, with the media, beating an SEC team on the road. They'll get USC, and I think they can even afford a loss. I think they could go 11-1, win the Pac-12 championship, and still get in. But I think Utah is a team that gets in this year.
And I will tell you, Brown, you'll remember this. He was talking about Utah way before everybody else in the country was talking about Utah. Utah has become sort of a sexy offseason.
Well, I mean, they have everywhere but in Vegas. I mean, Las Vegas does not like Utah, Lance. We've discussed this.
I know.
They don't like Utah.
That scares me a little bit.
I know. I mean, they've got them third in the Pac-12 consistently. Got them as they pick them against Florida, who is a mid-tier SEC team this year at all.
Well, I will say this. So the game at Florida will probably be close to a pick. I wouldn't be surprised if Florida's favored in that game. Outside of that, though, They might be dogs at UCLA and maybe a dog at Oregon. Probably a dog at Oregon, probably a dog at UCLA. Outside of that, they're going to be favored in every game.
When I think of Utah's defense, though, can they handle if they come across? I don't even know if there's one still out there, but can they come across if they come across a physical run between the hash mark type team like Alabama did to Cincinnati, like Georgia has the capabilities of doing? Can they handle that defensively?
Utah is traditionally been a team, and they do really well in the Polynesian communities on recruiting.
Yep.
And a lot of those guys up front defensively, they've been fantastic. And I mean, just to let you know, I was going to see if I could find this, and I'm not going to be able to this quickly, but I think they were really good against the run last year.
Who?
Utah? Yeah.
I can tell you. Just nationally, their rush defense nationally. Utah was 19th, Lance. They gave up 121 a game.
Yeah.
To put that in perspective, they're a spot in front of Kentucky. So however good Kentucky was, that's how good Utah was.
Interesting. That's a good top 20 rush defense.
Because I always picture them being less physical, more speed on defense.
No, the problem against Ohio State in that Rose Bowl, C.J. Stroud was throwing dimes, but their secondary couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah. So there's Utah. Give me your team.
Jim, I'm going to go with good old Rocky Top, Tennessee.
So you're out on a limb with them. How far out on the limb are you?
You know, when you look at Rocky Top's schedule, I mean, there are 2 losses on there, Alabama and Georgia. But, I mean, when you start looking for other losses, like, Lance, you like to play they're going to be favored over this team. They're going to be favored over everybody they play, aren't they?
Where are the road games?
At Pitt. They're favored over Pitt in that game. I mean, it's tight, but when you think Tennessee's
they'll be favored.
At LSU, that's tight.
They're not going to be favored.
You don't think they'll be favored?
Nope.
Depends on what LSU does, maybe early. At Georgia, there'll be a dog there. At South Carolina,
they'll be favored.
Yeah, there's your road game. At Vandy, they'll be favored.
Yep.
All right, so maybe LSU, they're an underdog. I think this Tennessee team, and I'm going to be so wrong on Josh Heupel if I'm right about this, but this feels like a Tennessee team that could be 9-3, 10-2.
Boy, if they win 10 games in year 2 under Heupel,
I know I'm going to be way wrong on the guy.
My team is Texas A&M, and I think they'll be a top 5 team, and that's why I'll have them. I don't know how many people will have them in the top 5, but they have the potential of being a disaster, right, with their schedule, and if they don't get quarterback right. But the roster, the timing, everything is there for this to be their year. I think I'll be out on a limb more on Texas A&M than I'll be anyone else in my top 25.
You know, the interesting thing is I think Tennessee might not be ranked, but you and I are going to have teams in the top 10. I think A&M will probably fall right at 5 or 6, and I think Utah is going to be 8 to 10.
Yeah, I believe that. But I think that's where I'll have them. I think that's where they'll finish.
Yeah, we got into a conversation about Tyler Van Dyke yesterday, and I forgot exactly what it was. But I brought up...
You said he would start at 13 teams in the SEC.
Yeah, I think he would start at 13 SEC schools this year. And I said if Texas A&M had him, watch out.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, if they had an elite quarterback, Texas A&M would have an opportunity to win a national championship possibly.
And that's why I wonder if Wegman's the starter. He's the guy we haven't seen. Everyone else we've seen. I don't know if Max Johnson and those guys can get Texas A&M where they want to go. I thought it was interesting. A lot of you will be out on the limb on some teams. Some other sexy picks, of course, will be NC State out of the ACC. Some people may have Oklahoma State being in the conversation. You may have Clemson too low. You may be out on the wrong limb with Clemson. You may have them in too low. Only 79 days away from football, man. It's not that long. It is flying by, and we're not that far from SEC Media Days, just over a month away from that. The LIV tournament is winding down round 1 of their first ever event over in London. Phil Mickelson is even. If I do the leaderboard right, that has him 4 shots off the lead with 4 holes to play. And I don't see a team leaderboard, but I'm betting on the orange S's to be in the lead of the team building board.
We got 3 guys tied for second.
Well, you got Schwartzel, you've got Brendan Grace, and then I don't know who H. Dupp is.
That's going to be Henry Duplay. Dupois. They're playing over in London. Top of the hour here, lock of the day. LT's got, what were you, 3-0 last night? Did I see that right?
Yeah, we had the Celtics. We were 3-0. How about this? We had the Celtics. We had the Phillies, and we had the Padres. I think all of my games were double-digit wins.
I'll tell you about the lock.
Even in baseball.
I'll tell you about the lock and a lot more after we hear from Buster Olney next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the track laps for charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the game zone and kids zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Day baseball underway, Cincinnati. Maybe the first time I've said this on this platform, a day game, and they're actually had Cincinnati up 2-0 on the Diamondbacks. My Tampa Bay Rays about to start at home against the Cardinals in the getaway game. The Braves in action tonight, starting a series with Pittsburgh.
And there are plenty of tickets available for that one at ATIX. They bring you Buster Olney each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, AAATix.com, AAATix.com, or 822-7382 to get all your concert and sports tickets there at ATIX. Welcome in, Buster. How are you, my friend?
I'm exhausted. Okay. Last night I was at Fenway Park. Sir Paul McCartney had his second concert in 2 nights.
All right.
He's almost 80 years old and he completely wore out everybody there. I don't know where he gets that energy. I don't have it. I got home at 2:30 in the morning, was up at 5:30. So I'm kind of floating along coffee lines at this point.
Okay. we do not feel sorry for you. We would have loved to have been there with you. When we had you on last week, we were talking about the Angels and the potential demise. I had no idea at that moment a week ago that we would now be talking about 14 consecutive losses, Joe Maddon getting fired. First, Joe Maddon. Is there still a market for him?
I think if Joe manages again, it's going to be because an owner out of frustration sees Joe as the fit. I don't think that a general manager right now would probably hire Joe. Look, I think a lot of casual fans were surprised that Joe would let go, but you were hearing stuff from other front offices over the last year about how frustration was leaking out of the Angels organization about how Joe was doing things. I'll give you 2 quick examples. One, in the spring, Mike Trout. They had talked, the Angels internally, about maybe moving Mike Trout to a corner outfield spot, but they hadn't talked to him about it. And then Joe Maddon met with reporters right after the lockout ended and said, yeah, we're going to move Trout to the corner. We're going to talk about it. And Trout learned about that on social media. And the organizational people were like, what are you doing? We got to talk to Mike first before we do that. And then early this season, we had that moment in Texas in the 4th inning of a game in which he ordered the intentional walk of Corey Seager with the bases loaded, which made no sense to anybody. All those little things added up. If they had continued to win as they did in the first 6 weeks, I think he would still be the manager. But they started losing. And so Perry Manassian, their general manager, moved him along. I just think that in these modern day front offices, I don't think Joe is a fit with a lot of them.
Quirky works when you're winning. It doesn't work when you're losing. But he did win a world championship with the Cubs, and he got the Tampa Bay Rays not only to the playoffs, but to the World Series. Will he be a Hall of Famer someday or no?
I think someday he will. And to your point, it's very interesting because, as you know, early in Joe's tenure with the Rays, he was viewed as one of the most progressive managers in baseball. One of the first guys to, embrace defensive shifting. When he took over the Cubs in 2015, at the end of that season, because they took a big jump in the standings, there was a dinner in which a lot of these Cubs executives met, and they went around the table. How many wins do you think Joe has made a difference with in this year? And the estimates were anywhere from 6 to 15 games.
Wow.
That's how good he was. But I can tell you that by the end of his time with the Cubs, they were kind of done with each other. Like they were ready to move on, just as the Angels were. I think because he was the manager of the Cubs when they won their first World Series in 108 years, means he's eventually going to get in the Hall of Fame.
Buster Olney is with us. He's with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382, 822-7382. I cannot tell you how many Braves fans have said to me, when Buster comes back on, last week he said the NL East was over. Buster, the Braves have not lost since you said that. And
Yep.
New York has had a spate of injuries. It's still 7 games, but wow, it's been a weird week in that division.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if next time I go into Braves, the office of Braves manager Brian Snitker, if he might lead me over, put his hand on my shoulder and say, hey, thanks a lot, buddy, when they get a clipboard up there. No, I'm kidding. He doesn't care what I think, and he shouldn't care what I don't think. I will tell you, that one of the Braves fans who's been reminding me that every day is my son, okay? Who's a huge Braves fan. Look, I still don't think they'll catch him, but they made up bigger ground last year, right, than they are right now. The Mets are dealing with a spate of injuries. At some point, they will get Scherzer back. They will get DeGrom back. I feel really good about this. We're going to see both the Mets and the Braves in the playoffs. And the Braves, as I said to you guys last week, I could easily see them going to the World Series. That guy, Michael Harris, who got called up to play center field, wow.
He can cover some ground, man.
Woo! If you can impress Andrew Jones the way that he did the other night, where he makes that great backhanded catch in the right center field gap, and then the television cameras pan to Andrew, and Andrew says, wow, the way that he did, he catches some. The other thing, too, is you guys know this. There's some players where they might have good statistics, but you watch him play, it doesn't feel like they have a lot of impact. This is someone who's got presence, right? He looks like he's ready to come kick your butt every day at the park. He is fun to watch. And I love the fact that, once again, as we saw with the Braves front office last year, midstream adjustments. Last year was all those trades for the outfielders. This year, they're watching their defense in the outfield, saying it's not good enough. We're going to upgrade it. We're going to make changes. We're going to call up this guy from AA, making a huge impact right away.
From the NL East to the AL East, are you ready to declare that one over?
If you want me to, I'm ready to do it.
I mean, this Yankee team, I was talking to Scott Forrester, our videographer back there. He's a big White Sox guy, and we were talking about the White Sox-Dodgers series, and I told him, I was like, the Yankees scare me to death. I mean, it doesn't seem like they've got a weakness this year.
And if they do, and here's what's really scary, is that though their issues are easily fixable before the trade deadline, their rotation is incredible. They've upgraded their defense significantly so that, Garrett Cole and Jamison Tyone and Luis Severino, Jordan Montgomery, Nestor Cortez, those guys are all benefiting from a better defense. They've got two potential issues. Joey Gallo has really struggled since he's gone to New York. I do think they're going to flip in the trade market before the August 2nd trade deadline this year. And I think they'll, wind up doing something with Aaron Hicks to upgrade their offense. You can do that, right? You can call the Kansas City Royals about Andrew Benintendi. You can go out and make a deal and improve the offense. That's why the Yankees have to be scary to the other teams. And my goodness, the year that Aaron Judge is having, the last 2 months of this season, if he can stay healthy, we're going to be talking day after day after day about whether or not Aaron Judge will be the first player in 21 years to hit 60 homers.
You've been around the game for a long time. I don't think there's a more superstitious group of athletes than in the sport of baseball. What the Angels did last night, trying to break their then 13-game losing streak of having every walk-up song be a Nickelback song, was crazy, and it didn't work, Buster. Tell me what you think of that, and maybe a unique superstition you came across in your career.
Okay, so I didn't even play at a level high enough to make varsity, okay? I want to make that very clear. So I defer to people who play at a much higher level than I do. I asked Joe Torre once when I covered him as manager of the Yankees if he believed in those type of shakeups during a long losing streak. For example, Billy Martin back in the day when the Yankees were losing, he drew a lineup out of a cap. And Joe was like, no, I think that's silly. Because like last night, you saw what the Angels did. Everyone, and I don't even know whose idea that was. Was it one player? Was it the guy who runs the video board up at the press level? I don't know who did it. But when that game ends and everyone on social media is having fun with it, you still lost. You didn't score any runs, and you have a lose, and then you kind of feel silly. So Joe's feeling is that when your team is losing, just keep going about your process. Show up every day, try to get the work in. And if you're going to shake things up, maybe something small like sending up a different coach with the lineup card, not something like that, because that drew a lot of attention. And now the players are going to have to answer questions today. Hey, Nickelback didn't work. What about McCartney today?
Buster Olney with
Buster's ears are still ringing from McCartney. That's why he said that. Yes.
ATEX bringing you Buster Olney on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Yadier Molina got his first career strikeout last night as a Cardinal. Obviously, he's played 19 years with him. I saw that Mad Dog Russo, who follows baseball very closely, called him a Lock Hall of Famer. Listen, he's a Lock Hall of Famer. Is he a Lock? That was a really bad. Mad
really
Dog,
was,
but I'm from
yes.
Birmingham. Is he a Lock Hall of Famer?
Yes, and I'm actually surprised that Chris believes that. It's kind of cool because I would have thought Chris would have been the guy who look at his offensive stats and say he doesn't have as many hits, and I'm doing a bad impression too. He doesn't have enough hits. He doesn't have enough home runs. He can't be that guy. But I think Chris recognizes, like a lot of people in baseball, his unique impact on the Cardinals and their pitching staff. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe this is right, that if you look at the number of stolen base attempts against the Cardinals in Molina's career, it's something like 800 fewer than the next closest team.
Wow.
The comparison that I've made with Molina is he's kind of like a shutdown cornerback, the impact in the NFL. He's the Deion Sanders of baseball, except it's lasted like 15 years. And, his offense has been fine. He's excellent at running a pitching staff. The Cardinals consistently had one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. And I'll tell you this, I saw the Cardinals over the weekend, Sunday Night Baseball, they were playing the Cubs. I walked away saying, that's a team that as this year goes along, as they indoctrinate those young players they have, that's a team that by the time we get to October, it could win a World Series. If Jack Flaherty can come back and have an impact, that's going to be an interesting team in October.
Speaking of coming back, Clayton Kershaw will make a start Sunday in San Francisco. Should we expect the Clayton Kershaw we've seen early in 2022?
Yes, I think so, because the one thing that the Dodgers have done well with him since Andrew Friedman took over is they've slow played his rehabilitation. I think generally speaking, their perspective is, Clayton, look, do what you got to do to prepare. We don't need to rush you back. We got a lot of depth on this pitching staff. And when he's come back from injuries, it's not like one of these guys who comes back and has 2 bad months of games and finally works his way in. He's had an impact right away. There's never really been a time with Clayton Kershaw when he hasn't been an elite pitcher. So knowing that he's been throwing to hitters, building up his throwing program, working on the bullpen, I think right away he'll be pretty good. And the cool thing is they bring him back in, they can say, hey, Clayton, give us 5 innings, give us 80 pitches. We just want to make sure you're ready for October.
I don't know how you feel about uniforms, but I love the Pirates' old uniform, Pirates and Braves this weekend. Brown's heading over there. He doesn't like black and gold together. I think that's one of the best uniforms we never see in meaningful games. I love the old Pirate uniform.
Yeah, so let's get this right. You're saying black and gold. I'm a Vanderbilt grad, okay?
Oh.
So that near and dear to my heart right there. I agree with you. I love the Pirates' old uniforms. You're talking about the Willie Stargell.
You like the painter's hat?
Stripes.
You like the painter hat?
I like the painter's hat too, but
I didn't like the stripes on the hat.
I didn't either.
But I like the old school gold, whatever that is, with the black bill. That was a good look. Good look.
No, I agree with you. And one of the cool things, you remember when they won the World Series in 1979, they would give those special decals to each player who was a star of the game. And by the end of the year, their caps were filled with the decals. I thought that was a really neat thing. That's something you'd be more likely to see in college than you would in MLB. I love their old uniforms. We just need to get the Pirates back to the point where they're relevant again.
Buster, I know you're biased like me, though, but the home Dodger white is the best uniform in baseball.
There's no doubt about it. And you're right. I'm biased. I grew up a huge Dodger fan. I'm so glad that, generally speaking, they and the Yankees have been 2 organizations that have resisted a lot of these changes. Like, nope, you know what? If you've got perfection, don't touch it.
All right, Mets Angels Sunday. Boy, when ESPN picked this one, I don't know how many weeks ago that was, Buster. You had to think this was 2 division leaders, and the Mets have held up their end of the bargain. Angels have not. That is the Sunday night game, 6 o'clock Central first pitch. There with Buster and the gang on ESPN. Safe travels, Buster, as always. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, I don't think a week ago we'd be talking about Nickelback on the Sunday Night Baseball broadcast with the Angels. I can tell you that.
That's a good point. But Buster goes from Sir Paul McCartney to Nickelback. This is going to be a tough adjustment for you.
Yeah, but just think of all the free cheap wine, red wine you can get out of the old skipper's office there when you get to LA, because Madden's postgame wine cellar is going to be empty by the time you get there.
Yeah, I think when he left the stadium after he was let go the other day, that probably was empty as he left.
Thank you, Buster. Take care.
See you guys.
All right, Buster Olney with us every single week, courtesy of ATIX. ATIX has all the tickets to all the events, whether it be concerts like Garth Brooks the other night or the upcoming concerts here in town. Pitbull is coming this fall. My daughter wants to go see Pitbull. I'm going to have to call Steve and the guys at ATIX to get some tickets to see Pitbull. Never thought I'd do that. Also, the Braves tickets, all the football tickets. ATIX, 822-7382, 822-7382, or AAATix.com.
It's already flown by on the message board over there, but Jamie wanted me to ask to see Buster's backseat, too. We were not going to continue that trend.
That's a bad trend.
It's been Lincoln.
Yeah.
He's got Lincoln behind him.
He did have Lincoln behind him, and I meant hopefully next week he'll have the same setup, because I meant to ask him there's some sort of framed artifact next to Lincoln. I want to know what that is.
It's a written document.
I know it is some sort of written document. I just don't know which one.
All right, lock of the day. I told you about that getting to the top of the hour. Last night, LT was 3-0 in the lock. He's going to have a list of locks, including an ice pick, coming up later today at lanceslock.com, but he'll send out a free play at The Lance Taylor on Twitter. It is brought to you every day by our friends at Hemphill. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Adam, Chad, and his team will take care of you. They fix it right, they fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. When we come back, Rockstar has our 4 downs today, and then later on, Zoe Tenor joins us in studio to talk about a special book. Especially if you are a parent of a son or daughter who is heading off to college soon. You'll want to be around for that interview coming up still ahead in the final hour of TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Here at Mountain Dew, we'd like to remind you, life doesn't always have to be so serious. You gotta know what's important and what's not important. Here's a checklist. Not forgetting your mom's birthday? Important. Knowing how to tie a tie? Not important. Standing up for your friends? Important. Keeping a diary? Not important. Rooting for your team even when they're down? Important. Always keeping some Mountain Dew in the fridge? Important. Sharing it with friends? Important. Trying all the different bold flavors of Mountain Dew? Important. Like Mountain Dew Spark? Important. Mountain Dew Major Melon? Important. Mountain Dew Code Red? Important. Mountain Dew Voltage? Important. Mountain Dew Livewire? Important. Doing it all in 20 minutes? Not important. Enjoying the fact that Mountain Dew lets you experience the awesome kick of dew in so many ways? Important. Okay, maybe not as important as knowing your mom's birthday, but important. That's our checklist. Memorize it because there's gonna be a test, but passing that test, not important. Really, it's not. Experience the boldest flavors on earth. Do the Dew.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Before we get to four downs, we want to tell you about one of our great new sponsors. That is Willie's Pressure Washing. Yeah, they did a remarkable job at LT's house, changing the way the entire outside and pool area looked. In fact, Forrester will roll some video of just the unbelievable job they did out there. Look, it looks like a crappy driveway until they get out there and make it look fantastic.
And somebody asked in the chat room, why did I make them do it in the rain? They wanted to do it in the rain. They said, we're getting wet anyway. It's not a big deal. So rain or shine, as long as there's no lightning, our friends at Willie's, they can come out and pressure wash anything you need. If you need to get your home business or financial investment looking brand new again, call the team at Willie's Pressure Washing. Blake and Conrad and the guys, they came out just a couple of weeks ago. Place looks incredible now. They were able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment beyond. They've got the right equipment and technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Cleaning the patio, driveway, windows, and home exterior can be a back-breaking chore. You don't want to waste time with it. Let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. Call them today, 205-963-2000. That's 205-963-2000, and make sure you tell them, that's the after, by the way, make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
All right, before we get to four downs, Rockstar, did you see where they're doing, Foo Fighters are doing a tribute to Taylor Hawkins, 2 concerts, September 3rd at Wembley, September 27th out at, I think what it used to be the Staples Center, but now is Kia Forum, is that right?
Yeah, it's like crypto.com. Something.
Well, they're doing one in L.A. They're doing one at Wembley.
Yeah, they said there's going to be a huge amount of celebrity guests and star guests. That they got the blessing from Taylor's family to do this.
Is it a fundraiser for his family?
I don't
you
know
think
if it's a fundraiser, but this it's got to be a swan song for the Foo Fighters as we know it. I'm guessing Dave Grohl will go solo. I just don't think, because they were best friends, I just don't think that they'll continue the band as it is now. So this might be the farewell song.
Wow.
Maybe. This is my opinion. I have no idea.
No word yet on who would play drums in the tribute concert.
Well, it's probably going to be Dave. A lot of it's going to be Dave.
Okay. Legion win last night at Protective Stadium. Only 2 more chances to see the Stallions in the initial year of the USFL. Saturday, 5 o'clock as they play Houston, and then next Sunday will be the final game in Birmingham for all the USFL teams before they go to Canton and play in the USFL playoffs. 3 of those spots are locked up. Winner of New Orleans and Tampa Bay Sunday at 3 o'clock has an inside track for that final spot to the USFL playoffs. All right, before our special guest, Zoe Tenor, in the next segment, it is time for Rockstar's 4 Downs. Non-sports questions today brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 great locations. Stop in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What takes longer than it should? Mine is Apple updates.
Oh,
that's
Once you say agree, like I don't have the phone for 45 minutes. I'm done.
You know what we've learned? We got a ton of computers up here. I mean,
Yeah.
how many computers do you think we got up here?
Too
50 it feels like. And a lot of them are critical to what we do on this show.
Right.
And I can promise you, if one of them's messing up and you have to reboot it, it's going to need an update when it's
needs update, yeah.
100% every single time you reboot it.
And worse than that, I had to update my Apple Watch to go with the new phone. And I had to download a new update on that. And then to get it working right again, it really was a day and a half process.
Yeah.
And it's not because I'm not, because I'm old. It legit was a day and a half process. Took forever. So I will go with that as well.
You think people in Ethiopia watch us and they're like, I mean, what?
Yeah. Mine's going to be bad too. Getting back from the beach.
It does take a long time.
It takes too long. Like I
We
can
had to
get to the
detour.
beach in 4
Yeah.
hours, and sometimes it takes me 6.5 or 7 to get back.
We had a detour. My wife is a Waze believer, man. If Waze tells you detour, she detours. But she was like, I don't think Waze has us detouring early enough off of I-65. And I got to see a part of Alabama I never get to see. But you know what I never did? Stop moving.
Never stop moving. We came back yesterday. I cannot tell you. It was a very short trip, but it was perfect. And didn't see a cloud. And then the way back, not one stop. We did 4 hours from Destin, from 30A to the doorstep. It was unbelievable.
4 hours? So no pee break?
That's unbelievable.
No, we did no pee break either.
How'd you do that? You had to pee twice in the
Lance
Garth
Taylor
Brooks
Gatorade
concert.
special.
I've peed every commercial break up here today, so I saved it up yesterday on the drive back.
No, I know you were dehydrated from that handle of Redmont.
Probably so. Probably so.
That too.
Yeah.
Second down.
Had a salty breakfast.
Who is the best movie villain?
Antoine Chigurh.
I was going to say
was
him,
really good.
but I didn't know if you meant like actor or character.
No, let's just say
Because actor, I was going to say Gene Hackman. I think Gene Hackman plays the villain role about as well as
Really?
anybody. Yeah,
Like,
Gene Hackman's a fantastic
Give me
villain.
Gene Hackman as a villain.
I watched The Firm the other night.
He wasn't a villain, though.
Sure he was.
He was just part of the firm. I mean, he sold
They're
his soul.
all villains, every one of them.
Yeah, but I mean, he ended up helping out at the end.
The captain in Crimson Tide.
The captain in Crimson Tide. I mean, he's more of an antagonist, not a villain.
Yeah.
in
I mean,
those.
Lex
The Quick and the
Luthor.
Dead. Lex Luthor and Superman. The Quick and the Dead.
Little Bill, I mean, kind of a
yeah,
villain.
I think
but-
Gene Hackman's so good in
That
that
coach,
role.
he took the other coach's job from Hoosiers.
Oh, yeah. But Antoine Chigurh, he played a psychopath as well as anybody can.
He did.
Javier Bardem in No Country for Old Men. He won Best Supporting Actor for
I've never
it, but-
seen that movie, so I don't know. What else has he been in? I don't know what he looks like.
Who, Javier Bardem? He was also in the new I Love Lucy movie. What was it called? The Ricardos?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he played Ricky Ricardo.
Yeah.
Very well.
Okay, I know what he looks like.
I mean, Heath Ledger is the Joker. That was phenomenal.
What is this new movie I see a trailer for? Black Phone? Is that what it is? Or The Phone?
Oh, it's with Ethan Hawke.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks very. I'm sure Lunsford's going to say that. I'm interested in that one. Ethan Hawke is, what is it called? The Black Phone.
The Black Phone.
Where's a crazy man?
Speaking of Ethan Hawke, so Denzel in Training Day, who another guy that won an Academy Award for that performance, was unbelievable as a bad guy, as a corrupt cop.
Third down.
Never seen Training Day? Never seen Training Day?
No, I've never seen Training Day.
See it before Jurassic Park.
Okay, it's in. I've got it. I got them in my queue.
In that order.
I got to start writing these movies down.
So there's no dinosaurs in Training Day.
No, there is not.
What is something you hated as a kid but you love now?
Taking naps.
Watermelon
man.
for me.
Watermelon?
Couldn't
Watermelon
stand
sugar.
it. Could
God, I
not stand it
loved
as a
watermelon
kid.
as a
Couldn't
kid.
stand it as a kid.
Really?
And naps is a good call because I do like naps.
Yeah,
now.
but you hated it when
Hated
you were a kid. Yeah.
But
Fought
mine is going to blow you away because it's one of my favorite things in the world now. Mayonnaise.
I didn't love mayonnaise either.
I love mayonnaise too.
Because I remember whoever used to make my grilled cheese and they would put mayonnaise on it.
Ooh.
And I was like, that's terrible, but it's such a great idea now
I
because
think
mayonnaise is incredible.
I never eat mayonnaise, and it's not.
How
that
did you just say that?
Huh? What?
Mayonnaise.
You fully pronounced it mayonnaise.
What, mayonnaise?
You said
No,
mayonnaise.
the one time you did it, you went mayonnaise.
I never eat mayonnaise.
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 How do you say it?
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
There's a Y and an O in there. You can't say it that
Yeah,
way.
you
There's
roll
an
right
X in
over it.
xylophone.
Well, it's silent. The Y and the O are not silent in mayonnaise.
It's mayonnaise.
Look, there's a pterodactyl.
That's
It's
silent.
It's not mayonnaise.
That's how it's spelled, mayonnaise.
Who says mayonnaise?
That's how you should say it.
I think you're getting a little syrupy there. It is mayonnaise.
It's mayonnaise.
It's mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. What is it? It's mayonnaise.
I say mayonnaise.
Yeah, it's mayonnaise.
Yeah.
MANASE.
All right. Anyway.
Mayonnaise.
I've never had. Oh, I haven't had it in a long time. I haven't had mayo.
Mayo.
If you're going to call it mayo, you got to call it mayonnaise.
Oh, God.
Why? You don't call it man.
I do, too. I call it all the time.
All right, whatever.
So anyway, what was your point?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember. Y'all got me sidetracked.
Watermelon.
I don't eat it much.
If the next round was featured on Top Gun, what would everyone's call sign on their helmet be?
Sleepy, 100, and Creeper.
Creeper. Oh, Creeper would be a good name.
Creeper.
Yeah.
Creeper would be, wouldn't it?
Creeper. Creeper, you got an idea on the bogey? Yeah, he's off 2:00.
100, we got a bogey. I'm just enjoying the view, boys. It's a beautiful day out here.
Creeper would have taken Phoenix right under his wing.
Creeper's out.
I was gonna go gambler.
Oh, I want to be gambler.
That would work.
You're not gambler. You're the opposite of gambler. We're coming to you. I was gonna go gambler, singer, birdie, landmine.
Yeah. Landmine wouldn't be good.
Or hex. Yeah, you don't want to fly with hex or landmine. Mush.
He wears his helmet on backward.
Mush would be good.
Oh,
Crash.
I got to fire the missile
crash.
when I detonated it. My bad, y'all. Grim Reaper. Could you be the Grim Reaper?
It's normally just one name.
Reaper. Could I be Reaper?
Reaper. Yeah. Sure. Reaper.
That'd be good.
Reaper.
All right. That is 4 Downs today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 great locations. Soon to be a 5th location coming to Pell City. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Hockey tonight, Game 5, crucial game in the Eastern Conference Finals. Lightning and Rangers, Madison Square Garden, 7 o'clock, ESPN. The great Sean McDonough on the call there. If you'd like to enjoy that, it'll be a crazy atmosphere. And Oklahoma can wrap up the Women's College World Series with a win tonight. If Texas wins, they'll play a deciding Game 3 on Friday night. But tonight, it's Game 2. Oklahoma's up 1-0. Jocelyn Allo with 2 home runs yesterday. She's hitting .516 on the year. The team set a record in the College World Series with 6 home runs in a game yesterday. They beat Texas 16-1. And as I said earlier, last time an Oklahoma football team beat Texas by 15 points or more was 2012, something Lincoln Riley couldn't do with the third best roster in the game. When we come back, we get a little knowledge from Zoe Tenor, local author, on how to help your son or daughter as they're heading off to college. You'll want to be part of that conversation. Speaking of college, the University of Montevallo, a proud sponsor of the show. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo's the answer. 75 great majors, 21 NCAA Division II college sports, scholarship sports, fully funded there. Also a great student-to-professor ratio, 14-1 student-professor ratio there. Great tuition price. Haven't raised the tuition in 5 years now at the University of Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, interesting conversation with Zoe Tenor in just a second. 79 days to the start of the college football season. Basketball returns tomorrow night. Steph Curry's ankle is part of the conversation. We'll see if Steph gets back into the game after a late injury. Getting back into the game is important because of these folks right here, our friends at Precision.
Yeah, hey, if you're a golfer, a tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialist at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today. Go to precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback. So I got a call about a month ago from a friend, and they said there's a book that is circulating, and your daughter really needs to read it. I'm scared to death because Leighton, who you guys just saw, she walked in studio a minute ago. She just graduated high school. She's going to South Alabama in the fall. They said the book is 51%. It was written by a local author. I had no idea who the author was until I was at Shea's 100th anniversary party. And Rockstar and I know Zoe's dad, Jeff Tenor, really well, owns Soka. And so him and I started to talk. And he told me my daughter just wrote a book. And I was like, is it the 51%? He said, yeah. He got me a couple of copies, gave one to my daughter, 51% here. So he was kind of telling me the backstory. Zoe Tenor now joins us here on the Next Round. We appreciate the time. pretty incredible. Can you just start with the thought process of why you wanted to write the book and then how you were able to write the book?
Yes. Well, in college, I kind of realized that in high school you have such a setup, like your faith is very much so your family, community structured around you. And then you get to college and it's like just you're kind of on your own. And nobody really says to you, I guess, when you're going to college, like, oh, what dorm are you living in? And who's your roommate? No one's like, what church are you going to go to? It's just kind of like not really spoken about. You get there and it's all on your own. And I really had a kind of a personal relationship with God because of my mom, and I grew up really competitively dancing. So it was more of like a relationship type thing for me than going to church was what my faith was based on. So when I got to college, it was easier for me to kind of keep that going. But I realized it wasn't kind of the same for my friends. And so in the South, a lot of people grow up with some sort of church, something like that in their life starts off their faith. In college, it's kind of just up to them to decide. And I think a lot of my friends were the same way as that. And I really just wanted to write it to tell them that having a relationship with God, trusting God, having faith in college doesn't have to look a certain way or be a certain way, or you have to be friends with a certain group of people in order to do that. You can just be normal, be yourself, and God's going to meet you where you are. And so I just had this idea come to me about 51%, and I kind of saw it play out throughout my college experience. I realized I came up with it my freshman year, and then throughout my college experience, watched it play out in my life with certain things that were happening. I was like, okay, yeah, this actually does. This theory kind of makes sense to me. And then junior year, I told my mom about it because I was going through some tough things, and I was realizing just that I needed God, I guess, because college is such a time where it's like a mini lifetime. So many firsts. You're in a dorm room with a girl you just met yesterday, it's such a crazy experience, and you're going through so many things happening at once. So at some point or another, you're going to be by yourself and be like, okay, I need something. I'm upset, anxious, stressed, whatever it is you're going through. A lot of people turn to different things, and so I just knew because I had a good basis of faith to turn to God, but all my friends weren't the same way. And so I kind of talked to Mom about it, and she was like, you should write a book. And I said, well, that's crazy. I'm a pre-med major. I'm starting med school in Auburn in the fall. I was like, I don't like reading or writing. I've read maybe one book ever. And so she was like, no, that'd be so cool. And I was like, okay, whatever, cool. And then I had just dreams, people talking to me about books all the time, just would randomly meet people who said stuff to me about books. And I was always thinking, this is kind of weird, just a coincidence, whatever. And my mom told me, she was like, you really need to. And so I said to her, if everything would stop and I could go home from school for 3 months and just have nothing to do but write my book, and I had nowhere to be, and I was locked in our house, then I would do it. And the next week it was quarantine.
Yeah.
And so.
Unbelievable.
And she was like, hey, remember what you said about writing your book? And I was like, no. I was like, that's crazy. I was like, that's so weird.
What more does God have to do, Zoe, for you to write this
the whole
book?
world for you.
I know. And so we went to church the next week, and they had brought some guy in, and he was talking about being a prophet. And so he had pointed me out of our whole thing and said, I have a vision of you writing. And my mom looks at me in church, and she's like, oh, and me, and I'm like, I know. I'm like, yeah, thank you.
No, that's legitimate.
I know. And so I went home, and I whipped my laptop out, and I was like, so sorry, on it. And right now, I'm doing it. And it just kind of, I met a girl who was like, oh, I do book covers. I'll do yours. I was like, of course you will. Great. It just was like, it would have been so dumb of me not to do it because it just had so many signs and things happening. I was like, all right, fine, I'll write it. And just kind of wrote it like I was texting my friends. It just sounds like if you read it, it's not very profound. It's just me being like, hey, y'all, I'm Zoe. Here's what I think. Here's what I've learned. And here's what I think will hopefully help y'all.
So there was no, you said there was a period in your junior year where things were not perfect for you, but there was really no hit bottom moment for you that. But have you seen that in your friends, that there was a hit bottom moment for them that you've been able to go, well, look, here is a little path. Here is maybe a book or a sign that can help you out.
Well, for myself, I can talk more about what myself was for junior year. I think I was going through I was involved in so many different things at the beginning of junior year. And I had a lot of times in college, just heads up to everyone going to college, your friend group starts out huge, and it just kind of slowly gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And so there's always going to be some girl drama, especially for girls, where it's like, oh, well, you want to be friends with these people. The friend group breaks in half. And so I was going through stuff where I felt like I didn't have any friends at all. I had no other friends, and I was actually dating this guy, and then he breaks up with me, and I was like, I have nobody. What am I going to do? Whatever. And my mom shows up in Oxford the next day, and she was like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pray about it. And as soon as she left, the next week going through everything, the 51% means like if you're trusting God more than anything else, you'll be happy. You have to trust God 51%, everything else 49%, and then you'll have happiness, like lasting joy. When you go to bed at night and your head's on your pillow, are you stressed, anxious, freaking out, or are you like, okay, I'm okay, I'm going to be fine? That's what I mean more about happiness than not just kind of like, oh yeah, I'm having a great day. And so I would find throughout that week after my mom had left that on days where I was kind of praying, trusting what God was saying to me, you know, thinking about that first, then I would go to sleep totally happy. On days where I'd be like asking my friends, like, what do y'all think I should do? Or I was like watching TikToks that said like, this is on your For You page. This is meant for you to see it. This is what you need to do. Or just things like that. Or I was like, oh, I'm going to go get a massage. When I was kind of putting my trust into things that weren't from God or from people who I felt were good mentors for me in a spiritual sense, then I'll go to bed that night having a great day, like, oh, I did a great job today. As soon as I hit my head, hit the pillow, I'm bawling, crying, calling my mom, being like, this is horrible, I hate this, I want to come home. And so that kind of showed to me just the principle of 51%, meaning when you're putting your trust in God and actively praying and doing the things you need to do, which just kind of says in my book, like it's kind of a how to do that. Then you can go to bed at night and know, all right, everything's gonna be fine. God's worked this out for me in the past. He's gonna work it out for me again. But if you're having a day where you're just kind of, you need getting a smoothie and you're like, okay, this is what's gonna make me feel better today and get my nails done, I'm all good. Then at the end of the day, there's gonna be just things left for you to feel like it never really got to a place where you were happy.
51% is the name of the book. You can get it at Amazon. Zoe Tenor is in studio. She is the author of this book. I have always found that there is a difference, and I'm curious if you share this view. There's a difference in joy and happiness. Happiness to me is circumstantial, right? Like if I'm happy because I've got money, if I lose all my money, I've lost all my happiness. Joy is a permanent state. They make fun of me for being 100%. The reason I can say that is because it's based on joy, not on happiness. Do you?
No, I totally agree with you. And after I actually wrote the book, I realized that I meant joy when I was saying happiness, but I kind of just thought happiness sounded cuter, to be honest. Yeah. And I did mean, like, joy is definitely what I'm talking about. And throughout the book, I'll say that, talking about joy, lasting happiness. I really call it lasting happiness, but it definitely is joy what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, joy is something like for you and I, you know, and a lot of people, not just you and I, but you know, a faith in God, that is something that is permanent. You can anchor to that permanently, so you can have joy in that. It is not circumstantial.
Right, yeah. It's more of like the happiness. When I say happiness, I'm meaning joy, because it's no matter what your external looks like, you're on the inside, you have joy and happiness and peace. And so I talked about in my book, I said, more than happiness, I want for y'all to have all the fruits of the Spirit, which is, you know, peace, patience, gentleness, all the things that are listed in that verse in Galatians. And so more than just happiness, I want everyone to be able to have like all of those things, not just being happy, also getting peace, self-control, patience. And that just kind of comes the more you're like putting your trust in God, and what that looks like is just talking to God, getting to know God, having a relationship with Him. Then no matter what happens on the outside, you know, okay, I trusted God last time. He's going to come through for me again. I can face anything I need to face. I got this.
Much like you, I'm not a reader, but I did read the first chapter.
Okay, thank you.
This gave you a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's not a thick book.
I double spaced the font. I pumped up the font size.
You really did, though. But, you know, it was good. And again, I was trying to relate to my daughter, who will be leaving middle of August for her move-in day. And Dunaway's got a daughter in college. Brown's daughter will be in college in a year. So I think we can all relate to this. You know, is this a book just for, you know, girls in your situation that are feeling the insecurities and the overwhelming parts of life? Or is it good for dads to read, and can teenage guys that are going to college? I mean, is it a book for other people to read outside of just your demographic?
No, I think there are I've definitely talked to college girls the most, because you can relate to that, because I do talk about things, college girl things like Rush and boys in there. But overall, if you read it, you can skip certain parts if it doesn't really relate to you. I've had dads stop me in Auburn. We're in the tailgate, and they're like, "Hey, I read your book," and I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, I loved it. It helped me kind of relate to be able to talk to my daughter and know what she's going through to read that." Like, it doesn't necessarily talk all about. It's less of a story and more of little small stories that teach a lesson. And so I think everyone can relate to and read it. And for dads, for sure, I think it could help a dad to kind of relate to know what their daughter's going through when they're in college, and how to kind of guide her through that.
Give your home church a shout out before you get out of here.
Yeah, I go to Liberty Church in Pelham.
Liberty Church in Pelham. Big shout out.
Liberty Church.
Well, hey, and this is a great graduation
Absolutely.
gift. I mean, it really
Yep.
is. And
Yeah,
you got
very
somebody going to
thoughtful one.
college.
Very thoughtful one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. 51%. You can find it at Amazon.com. Where else?
And SokaClothing.com.
SokaClothing.com.
Shout out Soka
Yeah,
Clothing.
I know.
Really appreciate that.
Trust
yeah.
me, that's where I went and got my copies.
Yeah.
We walked from Shea's and we walked in, and then Jeff handed me a couple of copies. So he's a proud dad, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
And he went up to he's at Lightning fan. He's at Game 5 tonight,
He's
right?
at Game 5 tonight. My
In the
brother's
Garden.
birthday's tomorrow. They're there for Game 5.
Cheering for who?
The Rangers.
He's a New York. He's a Jets fan, though. He has to suffer with the Jets.
That's right.
by the way.
Let him have something good.
Yeah, that's okay. I give you a 51% chance of winning tonight. Yeah. All right, Zoe, thank you for being
Thank
with
y'all
us.
so much.
Part of our show today being brought to you by Rockstars guy who's always 100%.
Well, 150% is Adam Mestrade, MD Realty. He is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestrade for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Just because LT is wearing a blanket, a little weather for you. Heat wave warning out west, LT.
Not in here.
California, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, New Mexico, and moving into Texas this weekend. 100-plus degree heat. 110, 115 today in parts of Arizona and New Mexico.
Well, if you guys send me to like the Baja Peninsula or something,
Oh,
then I'm going to
really?
be in
Yeah.
trouble
Is that
because I don't know
punishment?
what to pack.
No, it'd be tough on you.
Water. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Come join us on Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 2 laps around the historic Talladega Superspeedway. But if you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. Bring the kids and enjoy the game zone and kids zone, or have your picture taken with the famed Vulcan Trophy in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. All proceeds from the event benefit the United Way of North Talladega County. You can enjoy a day at the track while also supporting a great organization. That's Saturday, June 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway. To learn more, visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. See you at the track.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Two great sponsors with our final thoughts here. One of them, our friends at Bud Light Next. A lot of people commenting on my cool cans when I was down at the beach this week. The Bud Light Next can. 0 carbs, 80 calories.
Love your cans.
You get
I see your back seat.
I'm working on it.
They didn't say that to Pastor, did they?
They did. Looks like that right there. 2 of them. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Beautiful, beautiful cans there. Also, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can hook you up no matter what state you're in.
Yes, Mortgage Right. They put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, priority number 1 when you want to buy a home. With Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Brown, a final thought on LIV. You're looking at the TV. You want to say something?
You know what I like is this shotgun start. That is so unconventional. So for those that know nothing about golf, normally in a PGA Tour event, everybody either starts on 1 or 10. Then when you get to the weekend, everybody generally starts on 1. And it takes forever to play around. In this one, they're starting all over the course at the same time. So you'll have a group start on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so forth at the same time. That way, everybody's on the course at the same time, and it fits in your TV window quite nicely. Like we've watched basically this whole round during the course of our show.
So you're saying the Saudis got it right?
I'm saying in that case, it's not the worst idea in the world. It's just one thing I've been interested in. I hate this leaderboard. They got to fix this leaderboard. I can't figure out who some of these people are.
But on the flip side of that, if I am, say I'm trying to make money in concessions and stuff, this is all in a 4-hour window where basically I'm there and leaving. I'm not going to drink as much beer or eat as much food.
You're right. I mean, everything's going to take 4.5, 5 hours.
They don't care about money.
Yeah, that's true. They're not in this for profit.
They don't, but I'm, as far as a good idea that could spread to other tours.
Yeah.
But, you get to see every shot going on at the same time in the tournament, right? If there's a big shot, you see it.
Yep.
It's not like, hey, earlier today, or don't forget, later today, Sergio tees off in 2 hours, and you probably don't sit around and watch 12 hours of coverage.
Yeah, they still did their TV groups, like Dustin Johnson and Phil played together, but everybody's on the course at the same time.
Yeah, short, small field, but it's been a pretty good first day for LIV. Bad day, though, for those golfers on the PGA Tour. They have been suspended by the PGA. Something to keep an eye on. LIV will fight back at that, and those golfers will too. But next week, it's a major. None of this matters. It'll be the U.S. Open. We look forward to that. We look forward to a live show coming up as well tomorrow on a Friday. Rockstar in the Lounge and a lot more. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.